through Reddit threads. I think someone is playing with me. Originally posted on January 6th, 2025, and the post reads as follows. This is going to sound a little crazy, but I need some advice anyway. Just want to start by saying that I've never had any problems with paranoia, delusions, or psychosis, and I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that. I'm also 35 years old now, so it's unlikely that those type of mental illnesses would arise at such a late age. That being said, I feel like I'm going crazy. I'm pretty sure someone moves small things in my apartment when I'm not home. I live alone and no one, as far as I know, has a key to my apartment. I have 2 keys, and both are in my possession. I've checked several times. I've tried putting glasses and plates on the table as a test before I go to work, and I've taken pictures of them to compare with the pictures when I get home. So far, I have not been successful in proving anything. The most obvious things that I have noticed that have moved are a plate I had breakfast on that day, moved maybe 30 centimeters from where I put it. Candles have moved from the center of the coffee table to the edge of the table, and a shampoo bottle has moved from one shelf to another that I never used to store shampoo on. There are several other things I've noticed, but they are very small things that maybe not could be me now that I'm so aware of where everything is. My ex-boyfriend had the key to my apartment for many years before we broke up 2 years ago. We didn't fall out, and he has a new girlfriend now, so I'm 99% sure it's not him. He also works in Copenhagen now, several days a week, while I live in Jutland. I've asked him on days when things have moved, where he was, and he has been in Copenhagen all of those days. He shared his location on Messenger, so that was enough. What would you do? I have no evidence of anything, and in principle, I could have been sleepwalking or something and just not noticed the changes until I got back home from work. I occasionally sleepwalked as a child, but as far as I know, it hasn't happened in maybe 25 years. It's starting to get pretty creepy. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, there is a well-known Reddit thread that sounds very similar to what you describe. It turned out that the person had severe carbon monoxide poisoning that created paranoia and delusions. I would strongly advise you to see if you can find somewhere else to sleep for the next few nights and then buy a detector. They are available at Bauhaus and the like. Maybe it's not, maybe you're just forgetful, but if it's carbon monoxide, you're messing with your life. And then the OP replies saying, thanks, I just Googled it. I'm staying with my parents tonight, and then I'll buy a carbon monoxide detector tomorrow, just in case. And then someone else replies to the OP saying, if that doesn't work, then you can buy a wildlife camera and set it up. It takes pictures when there's movement, so you can see if you are doing it in your sleep or what. And then the OP gives us an update on January 22nd, 2025, saying, update, hi again everyone. A lot has happened since I wrote the post. I figured out what's up with the situation. I bought 2 cameras and set one up in the living room/kitchen and one in the entrance hall. It turns out my apartment actually has 3 keys and not 2, as I thought. My neighbor, also 35 years old, apparently looked after the previous tenant's cat occasionally and had a key to their apartment. She didn't return it after they moved out, or what is now my apartment. We were pretty good friends to start with when I moved in, but she became more and more clingy to the extent that she would call up to 15 times a day and talk for over 4 hours in total per day. I couldn't even leave the apartment without her wanting to know where I was going. And she would get angry if I didn't respond immediately to her messages, if I was asleep or busy. There was so much drama surrounding her that I couldn't take it anymore and chose to completely cut off contact. She has respected that for the most part, I thought. It turns out that she had let herself into my apartment and gone through my cupboards and drawers, and apparently deliberately moved my things around to make me paranoid. She can hear when I go in and out of my apartment because her entrance is only 5 meters from mine. That's why she always knew when I wasn't home, even though I work shifting hours. I confronted her and said that I would call the police. She panicked and contacted her father, who came over to me. He is a doctor and said that she has borderline personality disorder and refuses treatment because she doesn't think she's wrong. He said she is impulsive, outwardly reacting, and often feels a strong urge to revenge herself on people who she feels have treated her unfairly or let her down. This has apparently been a theme throughout her life with almost all of her relationships, romantic and friendships. He practically begged me not to call the police and said that he would do everything he can to prevent anything similar from happening again. I got him to pay for a locksmith to change the lock, and I said that I would report her to the housing association, who would then report her to the police if she didn't voluntarily move out of the apartment as soon as possible, because I don't want her as my neighbor anymore. They both accepted that, and she has now chosen to move back to her parents at the end of February. So the ending was relatively good for me, albeit very chaotic. And just wow. And for everyone who's watched the channel for a long time, you know that my biggest fear is someone living in my house or going through my house without me knowing. And this story just embodies that. I mean, that is just so creepy. I mean, the OP's neighbor was just going through the OP's apartment randomly and moving things to make her paranoid. I wonder if the neighbor explicitly said that or that's just the OP's theory, but God, that is just so creepy. And the OP is very lucky, to be honest. I mean, this girl obviously was not well, and she could have done something a lot more extreme than just move things around, or could have escalated to that point. So it's good that the OP was aware and realized, hey, something doesn't look right, and ended up catching her neighbor going through her apartment. But yeah, that's just wild. So scary. And on to the next one. My colleague said something so effed up and I don't know what to do. Posted on February 22nd, 2025, and the post reads as follows. Some context. I'm 26 years old and I work as a software developer at this company for 4 years. I have a team led who is also the owner of the company, with whom I've worked with since I started. He's a normal guy, 37 years old with a wife and 2 little kids. We talk and work together every day at the office. Today, he said something so fucked up and I just avoided him the whole day, and I don't know how I will be able to go back to work on Monday. We were having a smoke outside of the building at lunch break, and he said this out of nowhere. I want to slice my wife in pieces and eat her. And after I'm done with her, I want to R-word both of the kids before I kill them. I have a demon inside me. That sentence came out of nowhere. We were talking about something non-related to work, and he said that out of fucking nowhere. And went back to the previous conversation like nothing even happened. He never said anything like that before. Not even close. Nothing as fucked up as this. In fact, I never even heard him joke before. It was like something else possessed him and made him say that. I don't know what to do. Do I report him to the police? Do I call his wife? Do I quit? I'm at a loss for words. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Some commenter recommends going to the HR at his company, and the OP says, we don't even have HR, since it's a small company of about 12 people. As far as the police goes, you are right. I should call them. But I asked my sister for advice, and she said that the police can't do anything in my country unless there is proof or they heard him say that. I mean, what do I even say? My boss said he wants to kill and R-word his family. They might think I'm saying that out of spite or anything. And I guess that's true, but yeah, like even if they need police, it's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to say you did something than your boss do that and you're like, oh, I knew, but I just decided not to call the police. You know, it's like if you guys are ever in a position where something like that happens, I mean, not verbatim like that, but something disturbing, it's a lot better to report it than be sorry later that you didn't, if that makes sense. And then another commenter says, no one would make a joke about something as disgusting as this without having any desire to actually do it. It's extremely understandable that you're uncomfortable, and I would advise you to try and look for a new job. I would also report it to HR and to the police so it's documented. I would also call his wife, but realistically, it will probably get back that it was you who called and can make your life difficult at work. Ideal scenario would be that you can find a new job ASAP and get away from your employer, call his wife immediately, and also report to the police. I'm sorry you're in that situation, but I thank you for wanting to do the right thing, even though it's difficult. And the OP responds to this saying, I hear you, and thanks for the advice, but it's still surreal to me. I see this guy every day for 4 years, nothing off about him. Like nothing at all. Always professional, always polite. He keeps a photo of his family in his office, for God's sake. It's like a switch was switched off and he said what he said. It's unbelievable, really. The whole thing was 15 seconds. He said that and switched back to the initial conversation. And if I was the OP in this situation, I would think I was going crazy. I would be like not believe that even happened, especially that it just turned off and on. Like it never even segued into that, if that makes sense. It's like not like the OP's boss was just kind of going down this disturbing trail of thoughts and ended up saying that. It was just out of the blue. Like I would think I was going crazy. I'd be like, the fuck did he say? Yeah, that's just crazy. I mean, this is like unbelievable. And another commenter says, replying to the statement the OP made when the OP said, but I asked my sister for advice and she said that the police can't do anything in my country unless there's proof or they heard him say that. And then the commenter says, this is not true. They will 100% investigate. Your sister is not the police. Go ahead and do nothing then. If the family is harmed, you're morally to blame for not doing anything to help. And the OP replies saying, I'm just saying what she told me. Upon reading the comments and thinking it thoroughly, I will definitely call them. It's just hard to process what happened because it's so surreal and out of touch. I'm definitely calling them. Another commenter says, call someone now. Doesn't matter if he meant it or not, or if he's just insane. Better be safe than sorry. And I completely agree with that commenter. And then the OP gives us a new update about a day later. And the OP says, I called the police. They asked me questions if he had ever said anything like this before, if he seemed violent, if I thought his wife and kids were in danger, and I told them he's always been normal until yesterday. But what he said was just very disturbing. They decided to do a welfare check. I don't know all the details, but they spoke to his wife, and apparently he's been under insane stress lately. His mom died recently, and on top of that, he's been struggling to keep the company afloat. Even with everything going on, he's still trying to pay everyone and keep things running. She told them he's not a danger, just completely burned out and breaking under the pressure. The cops didn't take any further action, but told me to call again if he says something like that again. I think that it's out of my hands now. I did everything I could possibly do, and I don't want further involvement. I will give another update if he talks to me when I go to work on Monday. And I mean, it's understandable, like running a business and your mom dying, very stressful. That's understandable to anybody. Burnout, stressful, whatever. But for you to say something as graphic as that just does not check out. Like someone would be like, well, I just want to quit my job and move out to the woods or some shit like that. They wouldn't be like, I want to kill my wife and R-word my kids. What? That's not what you say if you're burned out or stressed out. I mean, at least me, I wouldn't say anything fucking like that. That's crazy. But yeah, that's just wild. It's like, it's understandable that the police can't really do anything because they're like, well, he's not really showing any sort of, insane tendencies or violent tendencies. We can't really do anything. But also it's like, why the fuck would you say that? Even if you're stressed out, like that's just a crazy, crazy thing to say. And let's get into some comments. Someone says, thanks for the update. Monday should be very interesting. I'd consider starting to look for a lawyer in case of blowback at work. Hopefully he'll realize how insane he sounded in the moment, recognize you did his family a favor by contacting the police, and at the very least apologize to you. Unfortunately, I think that's an unlikely scenario, but then again, I don't know the guy. If he's a decent, rational human being who spoke completely out of character during a genuine low point, you never know. Prepare for trouble just in case. You have your own safety and income to protect. Your workplace may forever more be a toxic environment for you. And then the OP replies to this saying, I don't think he'll fire me because he really cares about his employees and never did anything to make any of us uncomfortable. That is, until he said what he said yesterday. But still, I'm prepared to leave because even if he didn't mean what he said and it was stress or I don't know what else, I won't feel comfortable being around him. And I don't blame the OP at all for that. I would be wildly uncomfortable near this guy. I mean, yeah, that'd be so awkward as well to go back and be like, hey man, what's going on? And this guy's like fucking, yeah, just saying wild shit like that. Another commenter says, are you in the US? You can try to get him committed for a psychiatric evaluation. The description of demons inside me is often associated with psychosis. Police are not trained in this and they need the motivation to seek further expertise. You calling, reporting it again might be the motivation. You can also discuss this with the wife. Her husband might be getting very sick before her eyes. And that's a good point. I completely forgot about that end tidbit of what the boss said. The demons inside me. Like, that is completely not stressed out. I mean, like, none of it is, but that's also like, okay, like that's wild. I mean, just the entire statement's wild, but like that's also just very concerning, obviously. And then the OP responds saying, I'm not from the US, I live in Eastern Europe. Another commenter says, was anyone else present to hear this or only you? And the OP says, it was only me and him, as we were the only smokers in the company. And then another commenter says, that's an oddly specific threat and not at all normal. Good on you for reporting him. Another commenter says, you might consider an escape plan in case he snaps at work. And then the OP gives us another update about 10 days later, and it reads as follows. Sorry for the late update. So after I went back to work on Monday, my boss wasn't there. The secretary said he called in sick and said that he wouldn't come in the office for a while. I didn't say anything to anyone about what happened, but after work I called him and said that I would quit, and I said I don't feel safe or comfortable working for him anymore. He said he understood and that he is sorry for what he said. He said that he never should have put me in the position, and also mentioned that he and his wife decided that he would be seeing a psychiatrist every day for a while. I wished him the best of luck and told him that I would pick up my things from the office. So that's it. I won't be going back to the office again, and I won't meddle in his personal life. I've done all that I can. Now I'm on the hunt for a new job. Thank you all for the great advice and the support. And then some top comments on this. Someone said, you did your part and you can feel good about the fact that you have saved a lot of people from a potential world of hurt. Someone else said, OMG, you did all the right things. What a gift you've given to that family. And good for you for knowing where your boundaries need to be. I'd be absolutely fully shook if I was in your shoes. I hope you're feeling safe, and I sincerely hope that your boss/colleague and his family are staying safe while he is getting healthy. That kind of intrusive thoughts are so awful, awful, awful. And something has to be gotten ahead of before anyone having them does anything they will regret. And then someone else says, you did the right thing, calling police and having the wife aware. And that is the last we have ever heard from the OP. So I'm interested in what ended up happening. Did the boss end up, continuing to work at the job? Did something happen? Did he get diagnosed with something? I don't know. Very, very unsettling though. And hopefully the OP was able to find a new job and move on from this. My husband forgot the past 8 years and wants a divorce. Posted on January 28th, 2023. And the post reads as follows. I've been with my husband, Josh, since we were seniors in high school. We broke up shortly after high school graduation, but got back together a year afterwards. We overcame long distance, educational, and job difficulties, unplanned pregnancies, medical issues, everything. He is my first everything, and I cannot imagine life without him. But now, I have to get used to it. 2 months ago, Josh woke up next to me shocked. He asked what I was doing on his chest and who I was. He likes to sometimes wake up to me saying, hey, who's this beautiful lady on my chest? But this was different. And he wouldn't let me touch him, and he started demanding to know where he was and where a woman named Lisa was. I was confused and scared to say the least. I tried to explain that I'm his wife and that he's home safe. Josh yelled he would never marry me in a million years. He started running around our house, looking at photos of us and out of windows. He refused to let me get too close, so I called his mom, and she talked to him on the phone. He freaked out that I knew his passcode, and he started wailing about what was going on. I called his therapist, and he was taken to the hospital. He was put on 5150, and I had his mom come take him when it was up. When he got home a week later, he accepted that I was his wife, but kept saying us being together was wrong. He didn't go to work for a bit, and I noticed he obsessively searching for a woman named Lisa, who went to college he turned down for me. I have never seen this woman, and I wondered if he possibly had an affair in the past. I found messages to a number from him a week later where he begged Lisa to talk to him, but she said she had no idea who he was. The phone wasn't public, so he must have it memorized. I asked his mom about it, and she asked him, to which he said, "She's the love of my life." He stopped and was so distraught he tried to commit S-word. He went back to the facility and evaluated again. I was given options, but I wanted him home, so he prescribed some medications. His sister stayed with us until he seemed stable, but Josh would act so coldly towards me, asking questions about why we got back together and how upset he was that we were. When we broke up originally, I cursed him out for 3 hours straight and later found out he had made a move on the girl he told me not to worry about. He would say he didn't know how he could love me again after all I said. He refused to do chores and would stay out into the night for hours. Over a month ago, he came to me and asked for a divorce. He said when he told me I should find someone better after high school, I should have done that because he can't bring himself to love me. How can I be with someone who is so obviously embarrassed to be with the old me? I told him he's not that insecure little boy anymore, and he was the love of my life. He had been publicly embarrassed years ago in regards to me. He used to be insecure that I was too good for him, and that everyone knew that. My father, after meeting him, told me he was a loser, but I reminded Josh I chose him because I love him. I told him we moved past that, and I thought we were good. He didn't believe me and said he couldn't imagine being happy with me. He left that night and was fine coming to get his things to move with his sister. He looks at me with nothing but apathy, and it hurts. His sister urged him to try again, and he came back, and I told him I don't want to throw away 10 years together over a mental break. We were both thriving career-wise and had virtually no issues up to this point. We were renovating this very house together. He agreed to try, and we were fine for more than a month. It was like trying to date him again, but everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. We even slept together, and I thought that was proof things were great. He was so caring and attentive like I remembered, so I figured he was slowly getting there. He initiated it and wouldn't stop telling me how beautiful I was, like he remembered. Then, 3 nights ago, something happened. I came home from work to find Josh sitting quietly at the kitchen table, drinking. He never does that. He had been waiting for me and then slammed divorce papers and his phone onto the table. His phone was open to text messages with explicit photos and mentioning of a night together with a woman named Lisa. Not the same one, but apparently someone he met on Tinder. I will never forget the venom in his voice when he said, "Now will you divorce me?" I went back to her room and locked the door and just cried. I heard him leave and his sister took him away. She texted me an apology and said she's turning him back into the facility, but I told her to just take him. And I'll sign the papers, but not to tell him I was. I'm floored. My mother and brother are flying to help me with this. Everyone is so shocked and I cannot fathom what has happened. We have been trying for a baby too. I'm seeing if I miss my period because we did it unprotected, but now I wonder if I should get tested for STDs too. Jesus, this is one hell of a story. And then let's get into some comments. Someone says, wait, so did he make the whole forgetting you thing up? Or is he genuinely going through a mental episode? And the OP replied saying, I think a mental episode. And then the person commented and replied back to the OP saying, this kind of sounds like frontal lobe dementia. A coworker went through something like this with her husband of decades and 4 grown children. All of a sudden, she was the enemy and their entire lives were upended. I'm sorry you're going through this, whatever it may be. And then the OP gives us an update on February 2nd, 2023, saying, I had a feeling my post might blow up because of how bizarre the situation is, but I didn't expect it to reach as far as it did. I am only writing this now because I saw my post on TikTok and can see a lot of you want an update. To answer some questions, Josh had some S-word tendencies in the past after a traumatic event and had been diagnosed with epilepsy this past summer, which is why his therapist suggested to take him where I did. He never injured his head, and his parents wanted him home. So the doctors diagnosed him with some sort of psychosis, which I was skeptical about, but I trusted his therapist and the doctors. He was discharged and given some pills for his depression. He received an MRI scan 2 days ago, and we are awaiting results. He has not gone back to work since this all happened, and I assumed when he was out, he was with his family. My STBX is a civil engineer, but now believes he is an architect. He doesn't have his architecture license and forgot how to do his engineering job for the most part, so I do not know what will happen with that. He doesn't remember any of his current friends since they all met in college, and the reason he remembers his passcode is because he had the same one since junior year of high school, where we met. So far, he does not want to see me and says he hates talking to me, not because I'm a bad conversationalist, according to him, but because he can't stand talking with me, knowing I'm embarrassed to have dated him and doesn't know why I'm with him again. He said I need to let go of the past because that's not him and that I should find someone better. He's realized while dating me again that he doesn't want to deal with me or anything. I'm physically perfect, but we are too different. I asked why he had intimate time with me, and he replied with, "You're beautiful, and I do think you're amazing, so how could I not?" He supposedly grew into a better man after we broke up originally, and that I need to move on and that he's not here to fix my insecurity problems. I don't know if he had ever wanted to be with me at this point. Josh doesn't know what he will do with his life, but knows what will help is if I'm out of it. In the past, he has belittled me, SA'd me, went after the girl he told me not to worry about, and ghosted me more than once. And I fucking forgave him. Whether this is a tumor or just a lie some of you have proposed, I realized how bad he had treated me. Things were better, but were they truly good? I don't know why he was with me if everything he had apologized for was a lie. We make the same in terms of money, so I can do fine on my own. I'm beyond heartbroken. What he says sounds like what he's been holding in for some long one way or another. My siblings, friends, and father are encouraging me to enjoy being freed from Josh. They never liked him and always wanted me to be with someone worthy of me. I haven't felt this low in a long time, and I don't know what to do. I'm almost 30 years old, and I feel so ugly and undesirable right now. I've been hit on and pursued by people with Josh, while he was rejected by the girl he told me not to worry about. The woman even came to me to explain that I deserve better, and that she never understood how I saw him the way I did. That was years ago, and my feelings are all coming back because of his cheating. I stood by him for years, and even in his memories, I never did anything wrong, yet he treats me like this. If a loser like him doesn't value me, someone who is supposedly out of his league, who will? Is this why he is upset to be with me? I'm insecure right now and have spent the past few days in a funk. I want to wake up in my Josh's arms, and this all is a bad dream. I was never embarrassed to be with him, but now I'm embarrassed I wasn't. All the things he did I forgave him for, and look where it got me. Everyone has been telling me how lucky I am to get out of the relationship with him. His mother, who has always had some racist ideas about me, even said I'm too good for all of this. I was never the pretty girl, so I worry that if someone as pathetic as Josh, I thought the world of him until this point, everyone else sees him as pathetic, isn't happy to be with me, am I even what he says? Was he flattering me for a moment of S-word? Did he have intimate time with me to make the infidelity hurt more? What happened to the past 8 years of our relationship? I would like to think the results will prove to be a tumor and my Josh is still there, but I can't look at him anymore after all of this. Whatever version of Josh this is, it feels real and horrible. And no, When we had intimate time, I was not trying to get pregnant. We've been trying for so long and protection hasn't been used for a while. I was just happy to be intimate with who I thought was the love of my life. We hadn't gotten pregnant for a while, so I didn't expect to get pregnant now, and I didn't. My period was late, but it came as it did. If I did end up pregnant, I would simply abort. Even if the real Josh was coming back, I would terminate because I don't want to bring a kid into this mess so soon. I got tested for STDs. I'm clean. I haven't signed the papers, but I don't see us working out after this, and he seems to be happy about that part. It's the only thing he's looking forward to. I feel like an insecure teenager again, and I need time. I've always been insecure, so this is bringing up feelings I haven't had in a long time. Thank you for the comments and the awards. Josh's sister wants to keep me in the loop, but I may text her that I want out of it. I will hear if there's a tumor within the next week or so, but I don't want to know anything else. Call me cruel or self-centered or weird, but I don't know who this Josh is, and I do not like him, and I want my own distance. I need to prioritize myself right now, and his family is taking care of him. That's all. And now let's get into some top comments. Someone says, he didn't value you, but you saw the good in him. It isn't your fault. There are many people out there who will value you and give you what you deserve. And the OP replied saying, I wish he did and don't know why he can't. I believe it to be insecurity, and I looked at old messages, but either way, I can't change how he feels or the fact that he doesn't want to be with me. I'm letting him go no matter what, and thankful I didn't get pregnant. I'm deciding what to do with the house, but he isn't welcome and doesn't want to come back. Someone else says, I have to break this down in a numbered list. Number 1, I am so very deeply sorry for your partner R-wording you. It's so confusing when it happens, and it's someone you love. It's like you have to give up a piece of yourself to keep the love. It's awful. I've been there. Number 2, can ask, was your therapist of the same belief system? Because that could have effed you up even more. Number 3, check your credit score. If he is faking it, he might be scamming you. Number 4, his family was racist towards you? Jesus Christ, there's just so much here. Do you think that has a lot to do with how he treated you? That's something for you to think about. Number 5, sign those papers. Work on yourself for a year, and then you're going to find someone that's going to love you how you need and deserve, not how you've been conditioned to accept. And then the OP replied to this saying, I checked my credit score, our joint account like someone suggested, and nothing bad or out of the ordinary. I took money out of it, our shared accounts, and have heard nothing about it from his family, so I believe they are fine with it. I'm black, he's Viet. His family is racist, but I think Josh's racial issues that destroyed our relationship and may have gotten bored of me in our relationship. I think possibly realizing that his mom was no longer an obstacle was a sign that things weren't no longer going to be interesting. It's common for black women to be subconsciously used and mistreated no matter what we do, so I'm not surprised by that part, I hate to say. My therapist was religious but said Josh was wrong for what he did. It wasn't exactly our word, but he was very close. It's nothing that I can prove. Even when it happened, I never reported it because I knew I wouldn't go anywhere. I took it as him being immature and mimicking what he saw in adult videos. But that's no excuse, and I should have walked away then. I didn't, and I'm ashamed. I've signed the papers, but haven't handed them over yet. My brother's a lawyer, so he's helping me negotiate and talk with Josh's family about him. His mom has asked to speak with me, but I'm debating if I even want to. She left a voicemail sobbing about us and cried that she feels as if she's losing a daughter. Even Josh's dad, who does not like me, called me to talk and left a voicemail. It's just too much right now. And then the OP posts the final update, posted on February 23rd, 2023, and the post reads as follows. The scans and tests came back. No stroke, tumors, or anything. That's all his sister texted me. I don't know what treatment he's doing or their plan for him because I asked them not to tell me anything more. I'm done being invested. Josh is still adamant that he doesn't love me and doesn't want me back from what I have last heard. Looking back, I don't know if he thought he was settling for me and he had lied to me to make himself look better. After he had used me for intimacy time, I can't ever be with him again in any capacity anyways. I don't know what is happening with his job. All I know is he is not back and possibly won't be. He can't perform his duties, so I don't know what will happen. There's no diagnosis as of yet, but I'm wondering if he did indeed fake this all. If he is, He's really committed to it if he is. I don't know if this baby dream of his and wanting to supposedly be with me forever were just overcompensating for how he really felt, but it does not good dwelling on that. He's not a good person, and I need to accept that. When I talked with his parents over the phone, tensions were high. Mother-in-law was a wreck, begging to know what went wrong, and my father-in-law was encouraging me to stay. I kept telling him that I don't want to know anything regarding him anymore, and if they continued, I would hang up. They wouldn't stop, so I hung up. They texted an apology a day later and asked to come meet me for coffee with sister-in-law. Sister-in-law and I have gotten close over the years, and she convinced me to meet with them. No Josh. I met with the sister-in-law and mother-in-law. Father-in-law did not want me to come and preferred to stay with Josh. My sister-in-law apologized for her brother. She is upset at his treatment. But my mother-in-law just said we weren't meant for each other and we should go our separate ways. She gave me a letter from him, but I chose not to read it. Mother-in-law started relaying what he had been saying, and according to her, Josh was sick of being reminded of how horrible he treated me in the past since he has changed, and it's time for me to stop expecting him to fix all my insecurities. When it comes to the cheating, his mom quotes him that it's difficult comparing the relationship he had with me to the one he never had with other women he has known. Sister-in-law stopped her from continuing and encouraged me to get professional emotional support. We talked about the house, the money, and mutual friends, etc. We left on a good note, and both sister-in-law and mother-in-law said they wish me the best. Since then, I've been going to therapy and dealing with the house. I have an unstable career, so the house should help me a lot with finances. I am recovering from a food disorder I developed within my first few years with Josh, and I have been getting help for that. Josh has not reached out to me or attempted to contact me. I never opened the letter and just gave it to my brother for the divorce proceedings. I don't know if this was all some elaborate way to get out of our marriage, but it worked. I love him, but I'm realizing we were never as good as I wanted us to be. There's nothing left for me with him, and I'm too tired to try. I wish he was a better person, but he's not. And as my mother keeps saying, he deserves someone who accepts him as he is. A piece of shit. I guess he got tired after all these years of trying to be with someone he is not, and every issue was just incompatibility. I always thought shitty people should change, but my mom keeps reminding me he shouldn't have to for me or anyone. I can't explain the Lisa thing, and I think Josh may be stalking her, but that's really none of my business. The friends Josh made in college, he swears he does not know, so I can't say who he communicates with outside of his family. I wish I had a concrete answer about anything, but I don't think I'll have one ever. I needed some time to process everything that has happened. Thank you to all the nice comments and messages, even though I did not have the energy to respond to any. To all of the people who couldn't help but be rude, I hope you're proud of yourself. But my life is changing, and the man I've loved no longer loves me, no matter what the cause. I owe it to myself to let him go, so I'm going to do that. The Reddit post that turned into a horror story. This may sound familiar to a few of you. I have talked about this case before and this story before, but this is the Reddit thread in whole, and it is just beyond tragic and depressing, but let's get into it. I'm having a hard time coping with my wife, having cheated on me with our neighbor. It has been 476 days since I confronted her about it. How do I know? Because every time I catch myself thinking about it, I tell myself, it's only been X days. Maybe you won't think about it tomorrow. So to go back to the beginning, I'd just taken on a new project and new responsibilities at work. I was working a lot of hours, 60 plus per week, and was noticeably stressed. It was in May of 2015 that I noticed that she had added a password to her phone. When confronted about it, she told me it was because she was planning my Father's Day present and didn't want me to ruin the surprise. About a week later, she came to me and told me that she felt guilty keeping a big secret from me and told me that she was having our brother, a contractor, build a home office for me as my present. It struck me as odd, as in our 6 years together, she has never said she felt guilty about anything and always insists that she never regrets anything in her life. Time goes on, her phone is still password protected, and things just don't feel right. I see her using her phone and smiling to herself more and more often, but when I ask her what she's doing, she says nothing and puts her phone away. So one morning, I wait for her to get in the shower, and I grab her phone before her has the password. I go through her messages and find that she is texting the neighbor. Quote, "I'm all covered in frosting. You want to lick it off?" There were no other messages to the neighbor, but I found out later that was because she had set up her phone to delete messages after a certain amount of time. I felt uncomfortable with it, but I knew she had a weird sense of humor, and I thought she would never do anything to hurt me. More time goes by, and the neighbor is spending more and more time at our house, but the office is being completed slower and slower. I can't help but worry that something isn't right, so I start checking her location using Google Timeline. It was at this point that I realized there was a large gap in her GPS history because she was turning off her phone's GPS. Fast forward to July, and at this point the paranoia is driving me nuts, so I tell her that I need to install new antivirus on her phone. While she has it unlocked for me, I install anti-theft software so I can remotely turn the GPS back on and set up AT&T message backup and restore so I can read all of her messages from that point on from my computer. The next day, my mother asks to spend time with my two kids, so my wife drops them off with her and has the day to herself. I watch my wife's activity from work as she spends the day trying to meet up with the neighbor, but is unsuccessful because he is busy with another job site. That night, we get the kids back from my mom's house and we go out to dinner with the neighbor, his girlfriend, and his son. My wife and his girlfriend are having a good time drinking, laughing, and just joking around. His girlfriend mentions that she would like to go see Magic Mike XXL. I say it's a good idea. I'll watch the kids so my wife and her can go. So my wife and her go, and the neighbor and I go back to my house so the kids can play video games together. The kids are back in my son's room playing games, and the neighbor is sitting across from me on the other couch. It is at this point that my wife starts texting him. She is describing intimate acts that she would like to perform with him, and he is reciprocating. She tells him to check his Snapchat, and at the time I get a Snapchat from her too, and it is of her doing things to herself in a bathroom stall. They keep talking, trying to figure out when they can meet up and have intimate time. They decide on Monday morning after I go to work. So in my head, I had already planned to pretend to leave and circle back to catch them, but then they tell each other that they love each other, and it is all I can do not to leap off the couch and knock them out. But I contain myself and continue reading the conversation unfolding in front of me. Then he tells her, "You're my girl now," to which she replies, "Always have been," ending with him writing, "and always will be." My wife and the neighbor's girlfriend return from the movie, and I ask them politely to sit down. I then ask the kids to stay in my son's room and shut the door. I return to the living room and confront my wife and the neighbor. I say, "So you two in love with each other, huh?" My wife goes into full-blown denial mode, and the neighbor's girlfriend starts smacking him. I ask my wife if she has been texting him. She says no. So I show her the text messages. She admits to it, but says it was the first time it had gone that far. I ask my wife if she had sent him pictures. She says no. So I show her the picture. She admits it, but says it was the first time. I ask her if she had had intimate time with him, and she says no, because I didn't wait to catch them having intimate time together. I didn't have evidence to prove her wrong, so that one stays unresolved. I tell her that I am leaving her. She tells me that she will make sure I never see my kids again if I do. She planned on using the fact that I attempted S-word in high school to prove me unfit to have the children. She continues to say that it was my fault for being so busy with work and stressed out, that she just wanted someone she could talk to. Then she gives me an ultimatum to decide what I'm going to do, or she will decide for me. The neighbor's girlfriend starts defending the two of them, saying that it couldn't have been serious if they weren't having relations, and that my wife and I are too perfect together to let this break us up. The neighbors go home, and my wife and I argue for the rest of the night about what we are going to do. We go to bed separately, having not resolved anything. We keep going back and forth on the subject all weekend and finally settle on we were going to separate temporarily while we figure out what we want. I was going to stay in the house, and she was going to take the kids and go to her mom's house. That Monday, I go to work and get a text from her in the middle of a meeting, with my bosses stating that she'd explained things to our kids, but that they were upset and I need to explain it to them also. I get home from work to find my kids crying. She had told them that mommy had to move out because dad was mad at her. When my son wanted to stay with me, she told him that he can't. My son put it together that if mommy has to move out because I'm mad at her and he must move out, then I must be mad at him too. My daughter was crying because my son was. I don't think she was old enough to understand what was even happening. It was at that moment I realized she was going to drag the kids through hell if I left her, so I swallowed my feelings and begged her to stay. She agreed and insisted that I apologize to our neighbors since we were still going to need to hang out with them because our sons are good friends. I hate it, but I do it anyway. We still hang out with them from time to time, and they come to our various birthdays and holiday parties, but I do anything for my friends, and I behave every single time. Things die down for a while. I still think about it constantly. I worry how I can keep from making her so unhappy that she cheats on me again. Then almost a year from the original incident, around Father's Day again, she sends him pictures again. She claims it was an accident, that she meant to send them to me instead. I don't fully believe her, but I move on anyway. Things have been quiet on that front for about 4 months now, but I still think about it constantly. This is going to sound stupid, but I feel like I have a part of my brain that I can't shut off. That is always thinking. I used to use that to solve programming problems, and it made me very good at my job, but ever since this incident, the only thing it thinks about is her and him, and if I did the right thing. My job performance has suffered, and I feel like I haven't gotten sleep in months. I'm afraid that after this much time and the fact that I begged her back, that to say that I want a divorce now would only make her feel more vindictive towards my children and I. I just feel like I have put myself so deep in a hole that I can never get back out. I haven't really talked to anyone about this. I didn't want to talk to my mom about it because I felt like she would treat my wife differently, and I don't need the two fighting any more than they already do. I tried talking to one friend about it, but his advice was to put my trust in God, but that was not much solace for me as I am an atheist. So I have no clue what to do with my feelings or how to even move on from this. And then the OP gives us an update saying, I'm taking your advice. And he says, instead of trying to fix something she doesn't want to fix, she has refused counseling several times in the past before this even happened. I'm going to get myself and my kids out. I met with an attorney next week. Thank you for everyone for helping me see how far I had my head up my ass. And then the OP gives us another update number 2, saying thank you. I would like to give a heartfelt and sincere thank you for the advice and support I've received here. No one could have foreseen the tragedy that resulted from me filing for divorce. You guys perform a wonderful service to those in need, and I hope you continue to do so in the future. And a lot of you may be wondering what tragedy he is referring to here. And I'm just going to summarize because there are news articles and 911 phone calls, but I just won't include those here. I have a longer video on this entire case, but the OP's wife, after being told she was going to he was going to file for divorce, that night they were sleeping separately. The OP's was in the basement, and the OP's wife murdered her 2 kids and made a phone call about it, claiming to 911 saying, I just murdered my 2 children. And just beyond terrifying and horrifying story. I mean, it went from a cheating scandal, which was her fault, obviously, to the OP giving her the benefit of the doubt as many times as anyone possibly could. And then the OP finally gets the balls to realize, hey, this isn't right. I'm going to file for divorce. And what his wife does is murder his 2 kids. Just so sad and terrifying, and just so horrible. And the OP continues saying, I would never ask for donations. I think it is incredibly tacky. I've worked very hard for everything I have in life, but because there has been a GoFundMe created by her family, and I can't guarantee they won't turn around and use it to support her in some way. I just ask that you help spread the GoFundMe that my employer created for me. And yes, he created a GoFundMe. Obviously, the link no longer works. I guess it's just because it's so old, but I mean, this case just shocks me to the core. It is truly so horrifying and so sad. And you can just feel nothing but horrible for Jason, the OP. And let's continue. The OP says, if anyone has an experience with GoFundMe that could give me advice, it would be greatly appreciated. My former mother-in-law has created GoFundMe using my last name and pictures of the children to raise funds for the mother who murdered them. She intends to use them for her daughter's medical and legal expenses. What can/should be done about this? And yeah, just to add, the OP's wife didn't die. She's going to jail, or because she murdered her 2 kids. So that is just beyond effed up that the OP's wife's parents would even legally support them. It's like, if my daughter murdered somebody, I would never in a million years be like, oh yeah, well, those legal expenses will be expensive for you. I'm not going to help you out. You murdered your 2 children, you psychopath. And God, it's just so aggravating, so fucking horrible. And then the OP, Jason, gives us another update saying, final update. An update from Jason in Hell. The first thing you may notice is this is being posted from a different account. I deleted the original Jason in Hell account in a knee-jerk reaction to seeing my Reddit posts in the news. I guess the first question to answer is, how am I doing? And to that, I would say I'm doing well. I have bad days, but I would think that is to be expected. It is just important that, or anyone going through something, continue to use the support of friends and family as well as good coping skills and not let myself be completely defeated on those bad days. I won't lie, I struggle to get back to where I am. For some time, I refused to sleep because of a combination of fear of what I would wake up to and nightmares about that night. And just to quickly add, the OP woke up to that. I mean, he fell asleep, said goodnight to his kids, and his wife murdered the kids in the middle of the night. I mean, just beyond horrible. And Jason continues saying, for a time I used alcohol to sleep, but my family loved me enough to take it from me before it became a damaging and permanent habit. I was hospitalized because I did have thoughts of committing an S-word because I miss my children so much. From that, I learned that you should never be ashamed of your mental health, and not seeking treatment will only make it worse, not better. We have all heard it, but if you or a loved one is struggling, seek immediate assistance. Your life is too important to throw away in a moment of weakness. By putting off treatment, I've only caused everything else in my life to suffer. I lost my job and became reclusive to the house, but don't worry, I have been back to work since December and I have nearly regained my former position and salary, so I'm good and require no assistance. The second question would be, how do I feel about the sentencing? That is something that is hard to answer, because no matter what the sentence, nothing will bring back my beloved children. Do I think she should have gotten the death penalty, which Indiana has? No, I do not. She wanted to die, and after 9 years of giving her what she wanted, when she wanted it, I was not going to give her another thing. Do I think the life sentence will have any appreciable effect on her? I don't know. One thing she always stressed for the entire time that I knew her was that she lived her life without any regrets. Even after I caught her cheating on me, she continued to say she had no regrets. As for the ex-in-laws, they continued to be a problem to this day. Shortly after everything happened, they changed the locks on their home. I was renting from them with my property still inside. After trying to civilly negotiate the return of the property, it was required that I involve law enforcement. That is an ongoing legal battle. A member of the family accused me of stealing property I had purchased from them prior to the death of the children and threatened to take action against me unless I paid double what I had already paid them. I alerted the authorities, and as far as I know, that is resolved. They continue to make visiting my children's grave difficult. During the 1-year anniversary, they sat in their truck and just watched me the whole time I was visiting their grave. Because of that, I don't visit the grave as often as I would like to. If I can impart on you something I've learned through all of this, is that you should always take the time to be with the ones you love. It doesn't matter if they're asking you to read the Pokey Little Puppy for the millionth time, or asking you to play Smash Bros, even though you both know they will wipe the floor with you every single time. Just do it, because you never know what time will be the last time. Always make sure they know how much you love them. I had the fortune that the last thing my children ever heard me say was, I love you. Good night. I will see you in the morning. And I don't know, this entire case just destroys me personally. It's just so sad and depressing and horrifying. And I mean, yeah, you just truly see the OP's thoughts at the end, Jason's thoughts, and just that final sentence is just, I mean, that final paragraph is just almost life-changing to me. I mean, yeah, everyone takes everything, or not everyone takes everything for granted, but everyone takes something for granted, whether that be your job, your house, or whatever. You kind of put some things to the wayside, or your family or relationships. But the first time I ever read this post, which was about a year ago when I made a video on it, it really changed the way I saw things and how you should never take anything for granted, because it can be gone like that. And he really drives that home at the end. And there is a 911 call. I'm not going to include it. I just don't think it fits in this video. And there is news articles. For some reason, I can't open them. Maybe they're deleted. This happened it's a long time ago. But yeah, just that final paragraph is just so destroying. I mean, it goes from the original post being, I'm having a hard time coping with my wife, having cheated on me with my neighbor. That in and of itself is horrible. But for it to spiral into what it did, the OP's wife murdering her children and his children, is so sad. And just that final sentence of what the OP said, saying, I had the fortune that the last thing my children ever heard me say was, I love you, good night, I will see you in the morning. It's just beyond depressing. And a lot of you have probably heard this story before, but I don't see it often read out in full, and how you can just see the events played out. But yes, just a beyond depressing Reddit story, and I can only hope that Jason, wherever he is doing better now. And also that his children rest in peace, and they were taken from the world way too soon. I hate my special needs sister, and I'm done hiding it. When my younger sister was born, she almost died from hypoxia. She suffered severe brain damage to the point where doctors doubted she would survive. She has survived to 16 years old now, however. She is about as close to brain dead as a living person can get. She can't move, she can't communicate, she can't eat or drink or on her own. She has no control over her bowels, so she has to wear diapers. She will never get better, and she will never live a normal life. Despite that, my mother has ruined our family, hoping she will have a miracle and recover. My mother has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on my sister, everything from wheelchairs to doctor's visits. We had to live in a one-bedroom apartment for 11 years because my mother spent all the money she made on my sister. Nothing she bought made any difference. She will always be a drooling mess. Since my mother believes she will get better, she made me treat her like she was a real sister. I lost all my friends growing up because my mom made me take her everywhere I went. If I told my mom that I was going to the park, she would say, "Oh, a park. That sounds like something Jess would like. Take her with you." Not once did she stop to think about how absurd she sounded talking to her. One time, my mom took her to a movie theater. They made it barely 30 minutes through the movie before staff kicked her out because my sister was making so much noise, coughing and choking on her saliva. Despite all of this, I somewhat tolerated my sister. Until a few hours ago, I mentioned to my mother that I had planned a date with a girl I met at work. My mom said, "That sounds like fun, but I'm having coffee with a friend from college, so can you take care of Jess while I'm gone?" I told her that I couldn't because of my date, and suggested that she hire a babysitter. My mother then said that I should just take her with me, and I just exploded. I told her how stupid she was for suggesting such a thing, bringing my severely disabled, crippled sister along with me on a date with a girl because you are too lazy to hire a sitter. How crazy are you to think that's a good idea? Every moment of my life has been about Jess. I'm not supposed to have a career or family of my own because I need to take care of Jess when my mom dies. My mom even discouraged me from going to college because then I wouldn't be there to take care of her. I told her how much damage she has done to the family because of my sister. We struggled financially my entire life, not because my mom is low income, but because she spent all our money on Jess. We drove a crappy 1996 Subaru Outback for years, and my mom couldn't afford to buy a new car. But she had no problem shelling out thousands to see a specialist doctor who will say the same thing every other doctor has. My sister is a glitch. She's not supposed to be here. She will never live a normal life. There's no reason she shouldn't be put in a home. I'm just so frustrated right now. I'm thinking about cutting ties with her and reconnecting with my father. My dad divorced her once she realized that the rest of his life was going to be taking care of Jess. I can't fault him. My mom forbid me from contacting him, but he's not that bad of a guy here. And then the OP gives us an update saying, "Thank you all for your kind words. I realize now that my emotions should be placed towards my mother instead of my sister. As for everyone who says I should contact my father, that is my plan, but he's not easy to reach. I haven't spoken to him or seen him for a very long time, and he lives across the country. I don't have any way to get his number or email address, so I'm looking through Facebook and Instagram to see if he may have an account I can message. I also don't have anyone on his side of the family who I can ask to get us in touch. As for my living situation, I am still living at home. I plan to stay for a while longer until I have saved enough to afford an apartment or enlist in the Navy. I work part-time while I'm in community college, so I'm not making much. I hope I will have another update in the near future, and I hope things get better." And then the OP gives us an update about a month later saying, "I hate my special needs sister and I'm done hiding it. My mom is dead. I came home to a bunch of police cars around my home. My mom committed S-word, and a neighbor saw her from the window. I didn't get a look at her, and I'm glad I didn't. I don't think I could handle seeing anyone like that. She seemed stressed a couple of days before, but I didn't expect this. Right now, plans are getting set to place Jess in a home. She will have around-the-clock care. I'm not sure what stage of grief I'm in right now. I have a place to stay for a while, and I'm getting my finances in place. I miss my mom. She wasn't a good mom, but she was my mom. I tried reaching out to my father through a family member on his side. To make a long story short, he basically said that he had moved on from us, and that he didn't want me intruding on his new family. Pretty much what I expected, but it still hurt to hear my dad say he wants to forget about me. I'm staying at a friend's house right now. I'm working and I'm doing school. Things are still rough, but I'm pushing through. Thanks for the well wishes." And just, holy shit. Yeah, these cases in this video have been just beyond brutal. I was not expecting that. This case was already brutal enough with how the OP was confessing his feelings towards his family, towards his sister, and towards his mom and dad. But Jesus, that ending was just, I mean, you could hear me while reading it. I just wasn't expecting that at all. That was, that just hit me so hard. And I mean, obviously the OP had his, problems with his mom, and he said even at the end she wasn't a good mom, but it was my mom. Like, that is just so heartbreaking. This entire story and threads were just so heartbreaking. That truly was just one of the most brutal threads I've ever. I mean, this video is filled with brutal threads, but that one just hit me so hard because I was just not expecting it at all. Oh my God. I feel so horrible for everyone involved. Rest in peace to the OP's mom. I mean, she was just taking care of her daughter. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, just, oh my God. And I just feel so bad for Jess. Who knows where she is now, but hopefully she's having good care. And hopefully the OP has been able to move on from this. But just, Jesus, man. That was just beyond mind-blowing. I was not expecting that at all. That was so brutal. Yeah, Jesus. Unsettling ad on YouTube while I was drifting to sleep. And the post reads as follows. The other night, I had a long YouTube video playing to help me fall asleep when I was awoken by screaming from my phone. I checked to see what was going on and saw what looked like a video of a person that was made by one of those creepy AI generated images. Those ones that kind of resemble a person but are very hazy and disproportionate, uncanny valley type vibes. The character in the video was screaming, "I don't want to be in this dream anymore," in my half-sleep terror. I quickly closed the app. I'm curious if what I was experiencing was a dream that I was having, or if this was an actual ad being played on YouTube. If it's the latter, I'd love to know what it could have possibly been advertising. Does this sound familiar to anyone? And then the OP says, edit. Woke up to a bunch of replies in here. Thanks for all the help. I'll try to check out our suggestions during my lunch break today. And then the OP says some additional info. Some of you asked for clarity on what I meant by AI generated image. This was an example I found online of an AI generated image that vaguely resembles a human form, and the OP provides a photo, and it is just one of those like old AI generated photos that are just uncanny and very, very weird. And the OP says, think this with a dark black background. The character was a topless male, I think, and was the only one on screen. And that is very, very weird, obviously. I mean, like what could have possibly the ad been advertising for? But let's get into some comments. Someone says, YouTube has a tendency to send out creepy ads at nighttime. I remember one time I was trying to listen to calming music when having problems sleeping, when I got an ad that said, play, skip, and die over and over again. It was a promo for some horror movie. Someone else says, reminds me of when YouTube briefly had ads for the film The Nun. Wouldn't have been too scary if you'd clicked on it looking for a horror movie trailer, but a loud jump scare was not something I was expecting watching film reviews on autoplay. And then someone else says, if it really was an ad, remember that ads are intended to be memorable. After so many shocking things we've all seen, those ad campaigners are forever pushing boundaries with no respect for anyone's mental well-being. And that is the last we have ever heard from the OP regarding that ad, and no one really figured out what it was. But I just think it's so creepy how there's ads out there that just advertise something so weird and creepy. I just thought that was very unnerving, because like imagine you're falling asleep and then boom, this weird ad with an AI generated, like that's crazy. The OP could be dreaming, but who knows? And for everyone watching right now, I know a lot of you guys fall asleep to my videos. Hopefully you don't get a creepy ad right now. Hopefully not. A guy I met at a work event out of town won't stop bothering me. Originally posted on May 10th, 2023, and the post reads as follows. Hello. I created a throwaway so that I can share it anonymously. Around 10 months ago, I, 25 female, went on my first work-related trip to a different city. There, I met Jerry, who's 43M. I know there is a huge age gap, but I know myself. I'm generally into older guys. I met him at the hotel lobby I was staying at. He asked me out for a coffee. I said yes. He was really charismatic. I was blushing the entire time. We spent a good weekend together. No intimacy, by the way. We did kiss multiple times. He gave me his number and he didn't want me to add him on social media because he said he doesn't use it. He did give me an Instagram ID to contact. This really made me a bit suspicious. I had this gut feeling that something about him was not right. So I decided to search and do some background work. I tried to search him on Facebook and other social media, but I hit a wall. I remembered that he gave me a business card. It was a card from his company. I also asked for a friend's help to find something on him. I don't know. I was just adamant of finding some dirt on him. Eventually, we did find some interesting facts. That jerk is married with 2 kids. I saw his kids. One is about 16 to 17 years old. Another one is around 10 to 11. I wanted to throw up. I know my own sister tried to commit S-word because her boyfriend cheated on her. I know the pain, even if it is secondhanded. I cut off all contact with him. I blocked his number, and a few weeks after, I totally ghosted him. I saw him at the parking lot of my office. He knew where I worked. Again, my fault because I told him where I worked. He asked me why I didn't return his calls and blocked him on everything. I screamed at him, called him a liar. I told him I knew he was married, he had kids. In fact, his oldest son is closer to my brother's age. This is really disgusting. He broke down crying and begging me not to leave him. He kept ranting how unhappy he is in his marriage. He just wanted someone to love him. And when he saw me, he fell in love with me and he wants to be with me. I told him this is not possible. He is married. I cannot do this to a woman. Even if I don't know her, I have a decency to not ruin someone's marriage and forever be known as a homewrecker. He kept begging. I had to threaten him that I would shout so that people can throw him out. His calling and stalking didn't stop. I asked a friend and coworker of mine to escort me to my car because I was so afraid that Jerry would come towards me. He sent me messages after messages saying he was sorry, that he can be a better man if I'm with him. I had to deactivate my social media for a while. For like 5 months, it was calm and quiet. I had no issue. Then again, I get a message in my email from Jerry saying that he has divorced his wife for my sake. And since he is not with his wife now, he and I can be together. I was really creeped out by this. I told him over and over again, I do not want him. His harassment didn't stop. He threatened to ruin my career. He blamed me for ruining his marriage because I made a move on him. It is not true. He was the one who approached me first. I was just a little friendly with him. If I knew he was married back then, I would have never ever reciprocated the flirting. I feel lost. I keep blaming myself that maybe all of this won't happen if I had not been friendly with him. I also don't want him to ruin my career, but I am scared for my life. And then the OP makes an edit saying, I think I should mention I am not from the USA. The police in my area are corrupt. Jerry is in a very high position in his company. He can easily ruin my career. I'm collecting evidence because of his harassment. And then in the comments, a lot of people asked if he is lying about the divorce and moving away. And then the OP says, actually, I don't know if he just divorced or just separated. He told me he left his wife for me as if it would impress me. And I thought about moving, but it is scary because right here, I have my family and friends. If I move to a new place, he might come there as well and I would have no support. And then some people advised to block him and the OP said, he is blocked everywhere. I even changed my number. I also opened a private social media account that no one knows. I need social media for work too. But still he finds a way to pop up in my life. And then the OP makes an update about 2 weeks later, titled, My stalker's wife wants to contact me. Should I go? And the post reads as follows. Hi. A couple of weeks ago, I posted here asking for help. A guy I met on a work trip lied about being single. He has a wife and kids too. He has been stalking me. He told me he left his family for me, so I should be with him because he made a big sacrifice for me. I have decided to file a restraining order, but these things take time in my country. But I have my dad and uncle with me. They are helping me find a new place and probably a new job. As soon as I can serve him with the restraining order, I can be relieved. But I'm afraid it will work or not because he seems mad. His messages have been reduced because I threatened to call his wife. But the problem is yesterday. His wife emailed me and said that she wants to meet me. She said in details that she knows that her husband has some connection with me. I have never met this woman in my life. I don't know why she wants to meet me. I'm guessing she wants to talk to me, but then again, he told me he left his wife. Then how did his wife know about my information or even my email? If I meet her, my stalker could know I talked to his wife. I am really scared about my life. What should I do? A part of me thinks that she might help me with my case. Has anyone ever been in my position before? And then most of the comments say stuff like people saying that is not his wife and that is him pretending to be his wife, if that makes sense. And then the OP responds saying, I know there's a chance that could be him, but the woman seems desperate. She told me she found something about her husband and wanted to warn me. I don't know how much of it is true. And in my opinion, it's kind of scary how like the OP is not really even considering that, because in my mind, it's pretty easy to fake being someone online, especially through an email. It's not like the OP's wife called her. It's just an email. The stalker or Jerry or whatever his name is could just be pretending to be his wife so easily. So I don't know why the OP is even considering it, because in my opinion, just go to the police and tell them that she reached out and go from there. But then the OP gives us an update on the stalker's wife, posted 3 days later. And the post reads as follows. So I took your advice and didn't want to see her, which is great. We had a couple of email exchanges. I told her clearly under no circumstances I want to meet someone who I cannot trust. Whatever she has to say, she can say it in my email. She understood. I thought she would be opposed to this idea. She told me that she has been having doubts about her husband for a long time, so she hired someone to keep an eye on him. There she found out he has been having an affair with multiple women. The first time he did this, she forgave him, but this time he is only stuck on me. She said that she found some pictures of me on his laptop. She shared a file which contained some pictures of me coming out of my office, me going to the gym, and me going out to eat. Jeez, that is so scary. And then the OP says, I was shaking. I was in a very emotionally vulnerable state after seeing that I cannot be safe in my own life. I felt like I am being watched even now that I am typing this. Imagine being a prisoner in your own home. I ended up telling the wife to have a Zoom meet for 5 minutes. I used a disposable account, and just for extra safety, I had the Zoom call on a public space along with a friend. I do not trust anyone at this point. I gave her some conditions that I will not be showing my face. If she wants to show her face to me, then that's fine. It is up to her. I saw her for the first time. She looked like the woman I saw in Jerry's pictures with his wife and kids. She was basically crying and telling me that she had made a huge mistake. She should have left that time, and now he is bringing shame to her as well. I didn't say much, just the story of how me and Jerry met. Also, Jerry lied. He didn't leave his wife. He was not separated from her, but I'm sure he will be now. I feel so exposed. I can't believe this is even happening to me. I always saw this happen in movies. I'm moving in with my cousin because I do not feel safe anymore. I wish I never met him. I feel disgusted that I kissed him and I hugged him. I don't think any amount of shower is enough to wash all of that away. Also, I feel guilty that I broke a family too. Thanks for listening to me vent. I don't think I'll update anymore until I get the restraining order. And then the OP says, to be honest, I do not feel safe at all. This guy's been stalking me for God knows how long. I cannot even go to my office without any escorts. In a perfect world, I would have had him locked up for life. And then the OP gives us an update 3 months later, titled, Final Update. A guy I met at work event out of town won't stop bothering me. And it reads as follows. This will be my final update here. If you are new to seeing this, the gist is this guy I met at work trip lied to me about being single. He has a wife and kids. He stalked me. I issued a restraining order against him. So I just want to say there has been a huge, shocking moment. Basically, my stalker, Jerry, tried to pull a Chris Watts. He attacked his wife and kids. His wife left him and he basically went to her place where she was staying with the kids, and he tried to kill her with a knife. Before the police could arrive, he already did damage to her. I don't know details, but he punched her and busted up her face, and she was in a coma for 3 weeks. I heard she is doing better now. Their oldest child got injured trying to help his mother. I wish nothing but good prayers for her and her family. That lady was nice and was so gentle with me, knowing I was AP of her husband. I did send her flowers, but I didn't want to visit them. Needless to say, that bastard is in jail. He'll be serving a long, long time, but the hearing is in September. But the amount of evidence they collected against him is enough to put him for life. I'm happy that I'm finally free. I no longer have to live in fear, but I still get scared at night. I still feel like someone is watching me. I'm still in therapy. I've become so isolated because of this incident that I've started to become neurotic and doubted my close friends. Anyways, I might delete this account now, but thanks for everyone who helped me. And just, oh my God, that is so scary. And just such a bad scenario. I mean, the OP was innocent. She didn't know this guy was married and had kids and got roped into this huge ordeal. And it's so sad that Jerry took it out on his wife and kids. Obviously, thoughts and prayers for them, like the OP said. But also imagine if he did that to his wife and kids and then went to the OP's house and did the same thing, or vice versa. Like, the OP is very, very lucky because it is known that Jerry was stalking her for a long time because Jerry had all those pictures of her in the gym, leaving the office, etc. And the OP is just so lucky that Jerry wasn't following her one day and decided to do something horrible like that. Obviously, I'm not trying to take away from what happened, but still, the OP is very lucky that that didn't happen. But God, just so scary. And there's just so many weirdos out there. So everyone watching, please be careful. And just be careful with who you trust, because you never know what sort of intentions they might have. Found bags of underwear buried in my backyard. Is it a crime scene or creepy trash? I'm not sure if this is the right place for this question, but here it goes. While removing some old stumps/roots in my backyard, I just bought the place a few months ago, so this is my first time digging back there, I found 5 grocery bags filled with what looks like mostly women's underwear, socks, and at least one shirt buried about 1 to 2 feet deep. Pretty clear someone intentionally buried them here. No obvious signs of a weapon or blood, but they are all covered in dirt, and I wasn't too keen on picking through them. None of my personal theories are particularly savory, but is it worth reporting? Or should I just throw it all away? Also, if there's a better place for this question, please let me know. And then the OP gives us an update saying, I've called the police non-emergency line and they routed me to the local police station. Desk officer didn't pick up and voicemail's full. Going to go in and show them pictures. And then the OP gives us another update saying, I went to the police station and showed the officer at the front picture of the bag. He thought it looked weird but rerouted me back to the non-emergency line. I called again, and now they are sending out an officer to take a look. And then the OP gives us a final update saying, cops finally came, said there was a shooting or something that held them up. They didn't even look at the stuff, but are pretty convinced it's just trash. One of them thought it might be some, quote, weird ritual thing. They didn't want to take it in, so to the trash it goes, I guess. And that seems very weird. I mean, everyone's so casual about this. I mean, if it was just clothes, yes, some weirdo buried it in their backyard. But it being women's underwear adds a little bit of some sort of weird, like, I don't know, it just makes it weirder, obviously. I mean, underwear is weirder than clothes. And so that's very weird. And I feel like the police were so casual. They're just like, yeah, well, anyways, it's a weird ritual. But still, like, they wouldn't test it, see if there's any sort of blood residue or something, if it was involved in a crime. I mean, who knows? So, yeah, that's very, very weird. And now let's get into the comments. Someone says, it wouldn't hurt to call the non-emergency police line and let them know what you found. It's better that they know about some mundane thing than some terrible unspoken crime disappearing into history. Anything else notable about the clothing? And the OP says, thanks, that's perfect advice. Only that it looks like mostly women's underwear. Looks kind of ripped up, but I don't know if that's from the little roots that grow through it or what. And yeah, this is just so weird. And we just have not gotten an update since then, which is so upsetting. And the comment I just read is the only comment the OP ever replied to. The OP has not been active on his account ever since. But I just think it's so weird because, I mean, sure, someone could have just thrown away their trash underground, which is very weird. But that just, it just seems very suspicious, obviously, and it's annoying that the police didn't really care. But what are your guys' thoughts? Vehicles stopping outside of my house and knocking on my door at 4 a.m. when I'm home alone. Hi there. I'd like some answers, if possible, to help settle my mind, as this just happened for the second time under the same exact circumstances as the first time. And needless to say, I'm freaked out. The context: I'm a 22-year-old female living with her parents in the southern UK. The first time this happened, I was scared sick, but was willing to brush it off as a harmless incident. Now, it's happened again, under the same exact conditions as the first time, and I can't help but think it's just too much of a coincidence to be a coincidence. A few months ago, my parents took a week-long trip by themselves, so I had the house to myself for a week. I don't drive or have a vehicle, and they took their car. So my driveway was empty for the first time since they were gone. I kept dim lights on at night and doors locked at all times. About halfway through their trip, the first incident happened. I like to stay up late at night so I can spend more time with my long-distance partner. so I was easily still awake at 3 or 4 a.m. I live in the suburbs, and cars driving around outside my house is unusual at the time of night. So when I heard an engine on standby outside my house, I was curious. Went to peek outside, and there was a car right in front of my driveway. It stayed there for about half an hour. During this time, the driver got out, knocked on my door a few times before sitting back in the car and browsing on their phone. Then they drove off about 30 minutes later and came back about 10 minutes later to sit outside of my neighbor's house for another 5 minutes before leaving completely. I was scared fucking shitless. Having strangers outside / trying to interact with my house while I'm home alone is one of my biggest fears. But after I calmed down, I was willing to chalk it up to maybe a driver got the wrong address and was trying to find the right one. This would be scary story over if the exact same thing did not literally just happen. Once again, my parents are out of town, car gone, I'm home alone. It was 4 a.m. I was up late talking to my partner and I hear another fucking engine running outside my house. This time it's a motorbike. The driver is stood staring up at my window, whistling. I can only assume to try to get my attention. My room light was visibly on from the outside. Intermittently, I hear him knock on my door a few times. He has a phone in his hand and is waving his arms around. I peeked out again from behind my curtains for about 2 seconds. I think he saw me as I moved against my wall, and he walked to the side to try to keep his eyes on me. This shit made my blood run cold. After about 5 minutes, I hear him talking on his phone. I can't make out what he is saying. Another 5 minutes pass and I hear him leave on his bike. Maybe I am way too paranoid about this, but these 2 instances are literally the only times I have ever seen this happen to my house. What are the chances both times happen while I'm home alone? No vehicle in the driveway. And at fucking 4 a.m. in the morning. Please, help me gain some peace of mind before I lose it completely. Edit 1. Thank you all for all the comments. I messaged my parents again after it happened and they've come home for a day and they have bought a Ring camera to install. So even though they're going again, I will have a Ring camera with an alarm and floodlight if anyone does come back. I feel a little bit safer with that at least. They will also be making a police report given that this has happened twice now, and if it happens again, I will be calling 999 straight away. No, both times this happened, I did not see any food delivery bags with either of the vehicle / persons, which made me think it was a driver trying to pick up someone instead of a food delivery, but I can't know for sure. Thank you for all the help, and while I am still adamantly freaked out, I feel better with the Ring camera now. I just hope they don't come back so I won't need to use it, lol. Edit 2, my neighbors also saw the guy last night and came over today to let us know in case I didn't know. So at least my neighbors are also aware that something weird is going on. My Ring camera is up and has an alarm, so I feel safer. And now let's get into some of the top comments and theories that people have. Someone says, where I live, you have 2 main options here. A, somebody's drug dealer is pretty bad with directions / addresses, or B, your house was going to get robbed if you weren't home. Someone responds saying, I should think B is much more likely, given this happened twice, and given they are loitering outside for so long, which, as any drug addict knows, is very much not something dealers like to do. I don't think this is truly sinister, in that they meant to hurt her, but they probably were planning to burgle the house. OP's wife believes OP and their children are clones. Hi, this is my first time posting and I'm not an English native speaker. I'm also sorry for my mess of a text, but I'm just at the end mentally. My 38M wife, who's 36 female, started to become increasingly hostile towards me, the kids, and her own parents. Our kids are 12, 9, and 4. I first started to notice it around 1 week ago when our 12-year-old tripped while playing and fell on her face. I ran to her to reassure her she was okay, but my wife didn't really bother. She just sat on the bench and watched me and our daughter. That evening, I asked her why she showed no reaction, and she shrugged it off and told me that I looked after her, so it's okay. That's not her normal behavior at all, and if that had happened a couple months ago, she would have dropped everything and immediately looked after our daughter. A day after that incident, we ate dinner, and the 9-year-old asked her to pass him the ketchup. She didn't pass it, but responded with, "Why do you want to eat our ketchup?" That caught me off guard, and I was extremely baffled. He asked if it isn't also his ketchup, but she insisted that it's hers and her family's ketchup. I thought she was making a joke, but she looked extremely stern and sincere, so I gave him the ketchup. The rest of the day was uneventful, but she kept looking at me and the kids in this, I really don't know, aggressive fashion, as if we were a threat to her. During the last week, I received only one kiss, not a single hug or any kind of affection, and even if she sometimes smiles at me, it just looks extremely forced. Sometimes she just looks at me as if she searches something. Obviously, I asked her a couple times if something was wrong, but she always denied it and said everything is fine. The problem is, she was only hostile towards me. I could somewhat, in some way, understand it. Maybe I annoy her. Maybe she doesn't love me anymore, or she thinks I'm cheating, or I don't fucking know. But she also seems to hate, or at least be neutral, towards the children. When they talk about school, she doesn't care. When they have problems, she doesn't care. She doesn't tuck them in at night, and I tell our kids that she's just in a bad mood and has a lot on her plate. But obviously they know as sure as I do that something isn't right. It really got out of hand when 2 days ago, her mother called me, asking me if something is wrong with her daughter. Apparently, she doesn't, or at least only briefly answers her texts and doesn't want to meet her anymore. She told me that my wife told her that she isn't her real mother, which of course is something horrible to say, and we both don't know why she said it or what exactly it meant. When she asked my wife why she said that, she excused herself and said that it was a joke. She never, or at least rarely, has an argument with her mom. We all have a great relationship up to this week, and I just can't in any possible way find out what changed. It kept me up at night because my wife just feels like a different person. Now, I thought about a mental illness, maybe some form of early Alzheimer's, but it doesn't seem to fit her behavior. She had a depression when she was younger, but that's 10 years ago. She was as lovely as one can be not even 2 weeks ago. There are a lot of other instances of her behavior, but I don't have the energy to write it down right now. That brings me to yesterday. I sat her down and asked her if something is wrong, and I need an answer now or otherwise we will see a psychiatrist. She started telling me that everything was fine and she just has to act as she always does. That sentence made me feel sick to my stomach because I didn't know what it meant. Is she seeing someone? Is someone fucking holding her hostage, or what is happening? I asked her what she meant, but she just brushed it off again, saying that she's okay. I then told her that we're seeing a psychologist, and she started screaming at me that I can't make her. I insisted, so she threw a cup at me, got up and told me she wants her real family back. I don't fucking know what that means. We didn't change anything. Everything is as it was a month ago. She grabbed her purse and ran out of the house. She returned a couple hours later and told me she is sorry for how she acted. She did a complete 360 and said everything is good. Now she kissed me and told me she'll explain it tomorrow, but she's just tired now. When we got to bed later, she kept looking at me as if I'm a stranger, but I was also extremely exhausted from everything and just fell asleep. It's morning now and she left the house. I can't find her, and it looks like she packed some stuff of hers, some jackets, her purse, 2 pairs of shoes. I called her parents, her friends, everyone she knows, but they all haven't seen her. Her friends told me all that they haven't had contact with her in the last week. Should I call the police now? Have some of you experienced something similar? I just don't know what to do. I have never felt this helpless. And then the OP makes an edit saying, I called the police a couple of minutes after the first people here told me to. The police responded, and they took my story very seriously and said they will search for her immediately. I told them a couple places she might be. I waited at home and distracted the children, saying that their mom took some time for herself. Her parents are at my house and playing with the children. They are just as destroyed and unnerved as me. They had found my wife an hour ago at the local park. 5 hours after, they started searching for her. It didn't look like she was fleeing or in a hurry, but just waiting, sitting on a bench. They told me, however, that she was extremely hostile towards the police and punched an officer. She is now in a psychiatric clinic, but I'm not allowed to meet her nor anyone else. Doctors are caring for her and will call me as soon as they know more. Thanks for everyone that replied. I'm extremely worried, and I'm reading into all the mental illnesses you have posted. I just hope it is something they can cure quickly. I still feel like I'm in a bad dream. And then the top comment on this first post reads as follows. Someone says, "Psych nurse here. You need to look up Capgras delusion. This is what it sounds like is happening. Call the police now. She may be in danger." And for those of you who don't know what Capgras syndrome is, or Capgras delusions, is a rare psychiatric condition where a person believes a familiar person, like a spouse or parent or kids, or even a pet/place, has been replaced by an identical but fake imposter, despite recognizing their appearance. So just a wild delusion or illness. I mean, that's just crazy, but let's get into the next update. 2 days after the original post. A lot of people seem to care, and I got a ton of encouraging messages, so I will post an update for you. We live in Northern Europe, for those that asked. Thanks for everyone that gave me their advice. A lot of you have assumed schizophrenia or the rare Capgras delusion. Some of you assumed she was cheating, which is something I won't even address. Thinking about it, Capgras really fitted these symptoms, but I just couldn't accept that. Still hoping she was somehow fucking with us, or that it was something mild and temporary, and I just overreacted. After they took her in, I drove to the mental institute to give an exact explanation of what happened in the last week. The psychiatrist assumed some sort of schizophrenia. They told me they will look after her and I should go home to my children. I felt like I was drunk the entire time. I couldn't close a single eye at night. The psychiatrist called me yesterday evening and asked me to come to her office. I left my children with their grandparents and drove for what felt like an eternity. She told me straight up that she strongly assumes that it's Capgras. She never saw a case of Capgras before, but it fits everything she gathered. She explained to me how the past 2 days went down. My wife arrived there being extremely hostile. She was put in a safe room where she couldn't do anything to herself. She calmed down after a couple hours and the psychiatrist was able to talk to her. The good news was that she quickly opened up and explained to her what she thinks. She knows that her family and most of her friends have been swapped by clones. She assumed that the clones, have sent police officers to get her and that she was scared of what we might do to her. She flew in the first place because she felt like we might attack her, but mostly to get some space. She still isn't sure if the clones are malicious or not. That explains why she was distrusting me and always searched for some signs in me and the kids. My wife said that we act exactly like the real ones and how perfect our disguise was, but she knew that we weren't real because she didn't feel any love towards me or the kids or her own parents. Writing this down feels like a lance piercing through my chest. She also told her how she was trying to hide her distrust in us because she couldn't be sure if we know that she knows that we aren't the real we. Her delusion that we've been swapped came to her one day before I noticed it, 10 days ago. She woke up, looked at me, and knew that I wasn't the same anymore, not the real one. Same with the kids, her parents, and her friends. She hadn't had those thoughts before. She asked the psychiatrist if she knows who swapped us or why it happened or if this happens often. She tried to avoid answering her question because she wasn't sure how my wife would react if she gave in or took her out of her delusion. My wife asked her when she can get out of it again. The psychiatrist asked her if she wants to get out, and she answered that she's okay being here. It gives her some comfort being with professionals, and she now has time to think. It helps that my wife is a nurse and that she respects doctors a lot. The psychiatrist explained to me how they will try to slowly deconstruct her delusion, and that it can take a short or very long time until she fully recovers. She explained to me that it's possible that she might never truly recover, but the fact that she opened up about it and doesn't necessarily feel scared is a good sign. I'm still not allowed to see her, as it could make her panic. She appears to be completely clear in mind about everything else. She knows names, dates, places, facts, and everything she knew before. Only the thought that we aren't the real ones is now a fact for her. Now I wait till they have some good or bad news of how she develops. Writing all of this down has really helped me. I'm trying to wrap my head around the situation, and I'm mostly scared for her and the children. I can't hide how distressed I am, and that my wife isn't at home, so I explained to them that she is in a mental health hospital and she has to recover. The 4-year-old doesn't really understand, but the other two took it surprisingly well. It helps that they heard all of these morbid stories my wife told them from the hospital, I guess. They asked me when they can see her, and I told them I don't know, but I hope it will be soon. I haven't felt this empty, and I don't know if I should be sad or angry. Fuck. Thanks to everyone here that helped me. I feel like I'm in a waiting room at the dentist. It's so surreal. I feel better knowing what the problem is, but worse not knowing when it ends. And then a lot of the comments were very supportive of the OP, obviously telling him to stay strong. And I found one interesting comment about capgras. And the commenter says, "Hey OP, I had to study capgras syndrome a little for an exam a couple of weeks ago. One thing that stood out to me, Herstein and Ramakund, 1997, often support," and this is a quote, saying, "Their patient claimed his parents were imposters when he spoke to them in person, but treated them as his real parents when he spoke to them on the telephone, consistent with the delusion resulting from discrepant visual information," from 2000. And the commenter says, "If they will approve of it, see if you can start gradually with phone calls. It stood out to me as the best avenue for initial treatment. I wish you and your family all the best." And I just think that's pretty interesting. And some sort of like mental health issues such as capgras are so interesting because it's like, what causes it? And it's weird how there's certain kind of ends to make the person feel more comfortable, such as the phone call. Very, very unique and interesting. But let's get into the OP's final update, posted 3 months after the first update. And then the OP says, "Hi you all. This will be the final update. It's been 3 months and I feel like I can give another update. Most, if not all of you, probably don't care or have forgot, but hey, if anyone wants to know, I haven't responded to most private messages because I didn't feel good enough talking about it. I still kind of don't. To address the elephant in the room, my wife is back with us. She is at home and well, and she laughs about the whole incident more than I do, to be honest, but that's just me. She immediately started her treatment at the Mental Health Institute. At first, they kept her sealed off from me and the rest of her friends and family. They taught her relations and how the brain works and how to process love and affection and all stuff like that. Meanwhile, I was at home and biting my fingernails away while explaining to everyone what is happening. Turns out that many people I know and thought highly of don't believe in psychological damage and mental problems, so that was fun talking about too. Anyway, this isn't really about me here. They somehow convinced her that she has a delusion. Apparently, she almost immediately believed them, but said she still doesn't feel anything towards us, even if she knows that it's a delusion. Her trust in doctors and nurses made all of this so much simpler, and I'm so grateful for this. They worked with her more and let her first talk to her parents over the phone. She started gaining trust again, and they kind of rebonded. Later, they allowed me to talk to her, and I wasn't able to say a single word because I basically broke down in tears when I heard her saying, or more like saying, a simple hello. She told me he'll be fine and she just needs some more time and that the doctors know what they're doing. I regained some strength and told her she should call whenever she wants to. Later, she talked to the kids and it really helped her. She laughed with them, told them jokes about mental health, and recollected some memories. Gradually, they let her meet her friends, then her parents, her siblings, and finally me and the kids. That was almost 5 weeks after she got turned in. When she saw me and the kids, she started to cry too and kissed all of us. She said she was sorry, but I assured her there's nothing to be sorry about. They still kept her a couple of days for some final tests and let her finally go. She got back into work fairly quickly, and we have the great relations that we had before all of this. The kids are happy. Still don't 100% know what exactly happened. There are still some traces of distrust in herself. She questions her feelings more often and glooms over stuff, but all in all, everything turned out to be good. Also, it's still not 100% clear why it happened at all. She can't recall banging her head against anything or anything different. It feels good finally writing this down. I wanted to thank everyone who answered and helped me out on the initial post. Thanks to the people that almost immediately diagnosed her and made me call the police. I'm sorry that I didn't answer your private messages. I was quite busy, and talking about the mental health of my wife feels weird and bitter to me. She knows about this post and about the last post and sends her love too. And I just think stuff like this is so horrifying because, I mean, the OP's wife did nothing wrong to kind of produce or initiate this mental health issue. and the Capgras delusions. And it's so scary to me that you can just wake up one day and you or someone you love ends up developing a horrible delusion or syndrome or illness, mental illness. I just think it's so scary that sometimes it's just luck of the draw. And it's just so great that the OP's wife recovered relatively quickly, especially after the doctor said it could be a lifetime condition. I mean, how horrible would that be? 5 weeks is not a short time, but still, that's a lot better than a lifetime of being delusional and the OP never getting his wife back and or the kids having their mom back. I mean, that's so sad, but just crazy to me how stuff like that can just happen out of nowhere. And it's so scary, but I just thought this was a horrifying post because it could have gone so bad if the OP didn't act faster. I don't really know how delusions worsen over time, but who knows? Maybe if he waited a few days, it could have gotten worse and ended up spending months recovering or something like that. But very scary. And I just wish the best for the OP and his wife and his family. My student made a super creepy comment. My husband thinks I'm being paranoid. And the post reads as follows. I'm a high school English teacher and have been for a few years. In that time, as a woman, I've been used to teenage boys behaving awkwardly around me sometimes, and pheromones are part of the deal. There have been occasional comments, but generally in the vein of, Miss So-and-so has a crush on you, or Miss, would you be So-and-so's Valentine? It's all in good humor, in front of the whole class or a large group, and is well-meaning. My school throws a January ball for seniors, 16 to 18 years old, which is basically an opportunity to celebrate the start of another calendar year. As it's after hours, not every teacher has to attend, and this year I was asked to chaperone. There is no alcohol permitted, but obviously some of them sneak in hip flasks and so on. During this month's ball, 2 students were huddled at a table in the corner of the hall, not dancing, just keeping to themselves. I know them well as problematic students who have difficulties socially, but also perform poorly academically, so they don't fit in with the popular crowd or the nerdy lot. We have some of these every year. Poor hygiene, greasy hair, long fingernails, that sort of thing. Immediately, I could tell they had been drinking, from the way they spoke and smelled, and asked them to hand over any alcohol they had. One of the boys, let's call him Stuart, started to protest. He said the following, and I'm 100% sure this is what he actually said. Come on, miss. Don't pretend you won't open that bottle of Bailey's when you get home. Feet up in your dressing gown, watching the new TV. Give us a break. Now, as soon as he said this, I felt my heart drop into my stomach and got cold all over. I just bought a bottle of Bailey's Irish Cream for myself the weekend before the dance. I am in the habit on nights where I don't have much marking/planning and want to treat myself on having a bath and watching a movie/TV series in my dressing gown. And my husband bought a new television over Christmas. I asked him how he knew those things, and he feigned ignorance, basically saying it was a lucky guess. I was so shaken that I left them, and for a short while later, they both left. But that night, I could barely sleep, and my paranoia kept on growing. I simply cannot believe that he could have guessed all 3 of those things. 1, maybe, but no way all 3. My husband is away for work currently. I phoned and told him about it, and he basically downplayed my concerns, saying I probably mentioned those things to my class at various points, and this student has just remembered it, but I would never mention those things. I just wouldn't, and I'm sure I haven't. I've become more skittish at home when I hear noises. I only live in a small house, but when I arrive home from buying groceries, I check every single room and cupboard before I lock the doors. I've also arranged to have the locks changed. When cars stop outside the house, I turn all the lights off and peek at them through the blinds. I'm having trouble sleeping. In class, the student is quiet and the same as ever, not completing homework assignments, distracted in class. My husband is growing increasingly exacerbated and worried more for my mental health than the possibility this student could somehow know details of my personal life. I mentioned it to my supervisor as well, and she also basically reasoned that I'd either misheard what he said, it was a coincidence, or a combination of the two. What's the play here? I'm seriously freaked out, and I don't know how to even begin putting this to rest. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, my thing is, why would he say new TV? I could believe it if he said drinking some wine, watching TV, in your dressing gown, but being extremely specific about your drink of choice and new TV is a little scary. Wine is the trope / TV is what you would think people do / dressing gown is cozy, but those extra added details make it not a coincidence. And the OP responds saying, exactly. If it was just you're going to have some Baileys, or even you're going to have some Baileys in front of your TV, like, okay. But those comments, plus the new TV, and I have to agree with the OP there. I mean, there's just no way it's a coincidence. And that's just so creepy, obviously. It's just, the chances of that being a coincidence is basically nothing. And this kid obviously seems a little bit off or creepy or whatever, but yeah, just very, very concerning. And then the OP gives us an update saying, I wasn't expecting this post to receive so much attention. I'm really grateful to so many people who have now validated my concerns and helped me develop a plan of action. I got home a little while ago and I'm going out shortly with a friend to try to rule out Bluetooth and Wi-Fi devices with my neighbors. After that, the two of us will try and conduct a meticulous search of the house for any concealed devices, using the lights out phone camera trick some people recommended and some other tips I've found online. Just to clarify a couple of points that I've seen raised a few times. Dressing gown is a really common term here in England for what Americans might call a robe. It's absolutely common parlance. Here, most people I would know would associate a robe with something a wizard might wear. In terms of it being a lucky guess, if he had just said, relax with a glass of wine, I might have assumed so. But the dressing gown comment plus the Bailey's comment when I just bought a bottle and the explicit mention of a new television, which I'm 100% certain I did not misinterpret, these things make it so much harder to write off as a coincidence. And I'd completely agree with the OP there. And then the OP also says, as far as social media goes, I have Instagram, which is set to private under my maiden name, and my profile picture is not of me. I'm not in the habit of connecting with former students. I only have 3 who have all gone on to study English at university and have used me as references. I also have a Snapchat, which I use only with my husband and very close friends. I've posted nothing about my new television, and I also don't think I've mentioned this to colleagues, let alone to students. Certainly, I said nothing about the Baileys I just bought. And now let's get into some relevant comments. Someone says, is it possible that you or your husband were observed buying the new TV and the Baileys? The student's parents could have seen either purchase and said, oh, the OP just got a new LG 65-inch. I agree you should do a sweep for cameras or ask a tech-ish friend for help, but that would necessitate figuring out how the cameras got there, which opens up a larger conspiracy. And that's a good point. And then the OP responds saying, how can I do a sweep for cameras? I genuinely want to know. And then the commenter responds again saying, well, I'm in IT, but not that area. If there was a camera, logically it would have to be transmitting, so probably use a Wi-Fi connection. I've read that skimmers and gas station credit card payments units can send data through Wi-Fi, so the bad actor doesn't have to retrieve it. That Wi-Fi should show up on your phone if you look at various Wi-Fi offerings on your phone. You'd have to take into consideration closeness of neighbors' houses and their routers, so it's a guess. How a camera got there is another puzzle. Occam's razor says to look at the easier likelihood. So how can someone be looking in your window as you sip Baileys in a nightgown and also notice your recycle bin with a discarded LG TV box recently? And then someone else says, I'm not a huge techie, but I've been around the block a few times. Your husband is being naive. And while I appreciate people trying to encourage you that the surveillance is happening via Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, and of course investigate those avenues, please also take seriously the idea that you are being stalked. Even stalked for fun with no malicious intent. I mentioned in a separate comment the idea of a dog, and there are also many DIY ways of alarming or otherwise reinforcing your house that don't involve tech if you look on YouTube, for example. I'm hoping that you stay safe. And then the OP gives us a final update saying, I wasn't going to post an update here, but the number of worried people who have reached out to me made me reconsider. After a thorough search of my house, I found 2 devices. They seem to be camera devices. I don't know if audio is included. One of them was in the smoke detector in my bedroom, while the other was concealed in the wall of my living room. Looking at an old picture of my bedroom, it looks like the smoke detector itself has changed very slightly. I think that the new one is a device in itself, which the culprit somehow switched with the old one without us noticing. The matter has now been referred to the police. If it wasn't for so many of you taking me seriously and giving me practical advice, I wouldn't have had the courage to check, especially given my husband downplaying the concerns. He has been very apologetic and is coming back from his work trip early, but I've asked to spend some time apart and will be staying with my parents for a while. I'm glad I raised the issue with the head at my school and a couple of others, as there's a paper trail. Another suggestion from the thread. Needless to say, I'm completely shaken to my core, and I have the most revolting feeling of my privacy being invaded. I have no idea how many people have been involved in this, but phones have been taken from students, and we should have more answers soon. I won't be making any more posts or updates. Thank you again to everyone for affirming me and making me feel sane. And just, oh my God, I was not expecting that at all. I thought it was going to be like the guy was looking through a window, which obviously in and of itself is terrifying. But the fact that somehow the student or someone the student knew got cameras, 2 cameras into the OP's home is terrifying. And it is not something I was expecting at all. At all. I mean, how creepy is that? And thank God the OP's searched for cameras, because in my personal opinion as well, I didn't think there was going to be cameras. I would have, like other commenters said, looked for a more practical explanation, like the guy looking through a window, or like the guy doing something else, or whatever. But the fact that there was 2 cameras, one in a smoke detector and one in the wall, is just so terrifying, and it raises so many questions that will go unanswered due to the OP saying that they'll leave no more updates, and there hasn't been any more updates. Like, there's so many questions. It's like, who put the cameras there? Was it the student that approached him? And why did the student even kind of give way to that? Like, why would he even say such a thing to kind of give himself away or give hints? It's just so wild, and I just wonder who's involved. Is it only students, or is it someone outside the school? And then someone outside the school got in touch with students or the weirdos. But God, that is just baffling. I mean, I was not expecting that at all. But yeah, I just have so many questions that will sadly go unanswered. But what do you guys think? I just thought this was beyond insane and so scary. And hopefully the OP got it solved. I mean, I'm surprised this case isn't on the news or something, but yeah, just beyond wild. And all right, guys, those were some horrifying true Reddit threads. I hope you enjoyed today's video. This video was brutal, very depressing, a lot of depressing threads. But yeah, comment down below what you thought about this video. Would you like to see more videos like this in the future? Did you think it was interesting? Comment down below your thoughts. And please like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Spotify, follow me on Instagram, all that jazz. And I just want to say thank you so much for watching to the end of the video. It means the world, and I appreciate it so much. If you enjoyed this video, I'm sure you will enjoy other videos on the channel, so check those out. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. This was Snook, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey, what's up, guys, and welcome back to the channel. And today we're getting into some creepy true Reddit threads, and you guys have been loving these videos, and to be honest, I love recording them. They're so interesting, and today's threads are so scary and creepy and weird, and you'll just want to make sure to stick around. These are some of the best threads I have ever got into before. So you're going to want to make sure to sit back, relax, grab a drink, grab a snack, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Instagram and Spotify, helps more than you know. And this video will be long enough already. So without further ado, let's get into some creepy true Reddit threads. My hair is going missing, and I think someone is cutting it off while I sleep, or I'm going fucking insane. That's one hell of a title, but let's get into it. Okay, so I'm getting really weirded out because chunks of my hair seem to be going missing. This has happened multiple times now. I really want to believe I'm either going insane or I'm cutting my own hair in my sleep, because I really am having a hard time finding a rational explanation other than my hair has decided to be extremely weak on certain strands, causing it to break off in chunks, only at night, or it's being intentionally cut by someone. I live in California, so it's hot, and I've been putting my hair in a ponytail every day and wear it to sleep. I have bangs and some side pieces hanging out to make it frame my face. I always make it the same length on both sides and try to have the same amount of hair on both sides. Last thing I do before I go to bed is brush my teeth, so every night I look at myself in the mirror. I always try to have perfect hair since I live with my significant other, so I'm pretty aware of my hair. I feel like if this hair was falling out off throughout the day, I would have noticed in the mirror. If it's falling off in my sleep, it'd be in my bed. I sleep alone in a separate bedroom from my significant other for quiet, so he wouldn't be moving my fallen hair from my bed. The first time this happened, I thought it had broken off. It was a small chunk, but still a chunk of hair that was just much shorter one day. I was shocked because it was so short they always became flyaways. This was on the top of my bangs. The next time it happened on a side piece of my bangs, it was much shorter, but again, attributed it to breakage because I have thin hair and I toss and turn. Third time happened on opposite side. This time really short, but again, a small chunk, but enough to notice. I freaked because I love my hair so much, and so I went to my pillow bed and sheets, but there's no hair there. Like none. That freaked me out even more. I think either, number one, sleepwalking, cutting my own hair. Number two, I'm going crazy, cutting my own hair, then forgetting. Number three, my hair is weirdly weak in certain strands at certain times and is breaking off in literal chunks and then disappearing. Or number four, someone/something is cutting my hair while I sleep. I really hope it's one of the first three. I called a friend and showed him, and he thinks it's my significant other doing this, but I don't think so. I'm thinking of recording myself while I sleep so I can see if it happens again, or maybe I'm just losing my marbles because rereading this right now, and it definitely sounds like I could be extremely paranoid. And I mean, this is wild. I read this post and I'm like, there's no way this lady doesn't know where her hair's going. And I mean, off this post, yeah, she has no clue. And I mean, right off the bat, I don't know. Like, I feel like it couldn't be her cutting her own hair or her hair falling out because it would be easily seen. You know, it's like if you're cutting your hair at night, you'd make a mess, especially if you're sleepwalking, and you're going to see it like all over your counter or on the floor or something. Like there's going to be pieces of hair somewhere or in your bed if it's falling out. And so I just think it's super weird that she's not seen anything. And then I think it's also really crazy if someone was sneaking in to her bedroom and cutting off her hair. So like, I'm just completely confused here because I have no idea what to even think or theorize about it. But let's get into some comments and see what the commenters are theorizing about. Someone says, time to break out old Reddit reliable. Do you have a carbon monoxide detector? Also important, is it coming off at the base near the scalp or neatly cut like partway down? And then the OP replied saying, I am not sure. Just moved into this condo and I know there are smoke detectors, but I don't see any other ones I think. I'll ask my significant other tomorrow if there are any. If not, I'll go buy one. And it's like 2 inches down on one strand and the other 2 strands are longer, about 4 inches. It's just so perplexing to me. And so the OP didn't really answer the question if it's coming off from the scalp or cut. I guess it's cut because she's like, it's 2 inches down, which is very weird. I mean, if it is cut or kind of broken apart, I don't really know how hair works. I mean, can it like break apart? I guess it could. And the person replied saying, if that's where your hair meets your ponytail holder, you could have a vitamin deficiency causing brittle hair. You also could be tearing it out in your sleep unknowingly. It doesn't have to be full-blown sleepwalking, just anxiety coupled with nightmares. But the simplest explanation is certainly your significant other clipping it for nefarious reasons. And I mean, I would disagree with this commenter here. The simplest explanation is your significant other cutting your hair secretly. I feel like the first two are a lot more realistic, but we can beg to differ. And then the OP replies to this saying, unfortunately, no, these are pieces of my hair that are always loose because they are my bangs and too short to be pulled into a pony. I'm starting to think maybe because when I did tell him about this, he said nothing, just blank. And after 3 minutes of me going off about this, I asked, isn't this fucking weird? And he said, yeah, and not much else on it. It's all just strange. And I mean, that is pretty weird though. If the significant other's kind of blowing it off, I mean, maybe he has some sort of weird interest in hair, but I really don't know. This has me kind of perplexed so far, but let's look at some more comments. But why did your boyfriend keep quiet when you mentioned it? Does he think you fuss with your hair too much in general? How else is he around you? We have a sleep app called Sleep Cycle. I'm not sure if it's in all countries. The paid version records any sounds as you sleep, or if you sleep with your door closed, hang a bucket full of empty soda cans on the handle. Old school alarm. And then the OP responded saying, I think he might have not known how to respond to such a weird situation. It's definitely odd, and I don't know how a normal reaction to someone telling you something like this would be. He's very serious and doesn't talk much, but he's not one to hide his emotions. We've had our fair share of rough patches, but always came out stronger for it. It just wouldn't make sense for him to do it though. Wouldn't he want me to look good? I don't think he hates me or something. It's my birthday today, so hopefully it doesn't happen when I finally go to sleep later. And then a person responded to the OP here saying, if he was doing it, it would indicate a severe mental issue. Like, if I can make her ugly, she can never leave me, or something else equally creepy and possessive. So if it is him, please get the fuck out. And that's a good point. I mean, some people think in really weird, strange ways. I'm not blaming the boyfriend here, but yeah, some strange people do think that way. They're like, if I can make her ugly, they can be mine forever. That sort of weird shit. And so that's a possibility, but I don't know. And then the OP did say, you know, it's a weird situation. He wouldn't know how to respond. I disagree. I mean, it's like if my girlfriend was like, hey, my hair's falling out and I think people are cutting it when I sleep, I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's what the fuck, show me. And then keep asking about it. I wouldn't go, yeah. Like that's the reaction he had, which I think is very suspicious. Like any normal person would be like, you think your hair is being cut when you sleep by somebody or something? That's pretty strange. But yeah, I think the boyfriend's reaction is pretty strange. But let's go on to the OP's update. Mini update. My hair is going missing. So I got a camera to watch me while I sleep. I got a motion detecting camera, which will start recording as soon as it detects any motion for 60 seconds, and then it stops, and then if motion continues, if again, and starts it up again. Also, this OP uses basically no punctuation, so I'm going to try my best to read this. Because I had thought it was me doing this, I had told my partner, and he went out and we got the camera. We set it up and both had the app on our phones, and I go ahead and go to sleep, and I wake up and there's about a minute missing. There is a moment on the camera where it doesn't catch him getting out of his bed, and what it catches is him getting back into bed. So there is a part where it doesn't catch him getting out of bed, and it really just bothered me. I brought it up to him. He said he knew what happened. He hadn't touched it, and that was that. He got pretty upset that I felt violated. The night before, I had gone to dinner with my mom and told her, and she thinks it's my significant other. It was me, him, and my mom at the dinner, and I brought it up, and all she said was, set up a camera, and you're going to catch who is doing this to you, and then I want you to text me, and I will tell you what the next steps are. Today, I called my psychologist. He too thinks is my significant other. He wants me to leave him immediately, as my significant other is the only logical explanation. I showed him my hair, and he thinks it's being cut. I still don't really believe him, and he understood and said he set up a separate camera where your significant other doesn't have access to it. So that is what I'm going to do, but my psychologist said it is my significant other, and he feels that I will need proof to believe it at this point, so as apprehensive as he was about the situation, he advised me to still try and catch what's going on the camera. So we will see. Very strange, and people have a lot of questions in the comments, so let's get into those. Someone says, but was your hair cut during that missing time? Someone replied to that saying, also confused on how it's missing time, if it's a motion-activated camera. There was no motion, so the camera turned off, depending on how fast he got up. The camera might not have caught him getting up. Someone else says, I have similar cameras connected to my phone. I can view and delete data as needed. If he has the application on his phone, he could do the same thing. He could have screwed up a little with not deleting the video of him getting back into bed though. Someone replied to that saying, right, so then if you were concerned that your partner who normally sleeps in another room was stealing your hair, you wouldn't give them access to the app or tell them to sleep in your bed, right? There are clearly red flags in the relationship if the psychologist is saying to leave him, but this proves nothing about him stealing your hair. And then the OP replied saying, again, I thought it was actually myself doing this. That's why he slept with me last night and had access to the app. That makes no sense. And the OP got 30 downvotes on this, so everyone agreed with that. Yeah, that makes no sense. And then someone replied to that saying, yesterday you 100% did not think you were doing it yourself. And the OP said, deep down, kinda, yeah. This is really going off the rails. I don't know what the OP is even saying at this point. And then some commenters dive into the OP's post history. Someone says, the reason this OP's psychologist has advised OP to leave the significant other is unfortunately clear once you read OP's post history. There is a mental health aspect to this, and the doctor is apparently trying to help OP by removing uncontrollable variables and give OP the stability to prevent past behaviors from being repeated. And it seems family and friends may feel the same. I hope OP just removes the significant other for a couple of days to see if there are any other instances, but not a place the significant other can access. OP, please listen to your loved ones and doctor. If this is proven not to be him and he wants to break up, the relationship isn't what you think it is. And then someone replies to that saying exactly this. Reading between the lines of OP's post, it's clear that both her mom and her therapist think the significant other is doing it. Likely there are other things that have happened in the past for them to not trust the significant other. But OP is still adamant that their significant other is innocent and continues to act against her own best interests. And then someone else says, it is so obvious how unhealthy this relationship is. It has gone to the point that the significant other is stealing OP's hair. There is no instance where this isn't creepy as fuck. Yet OP continues to make excuses and blame themselves. If their therapist, real life family, friends as well as a bunch of internet strangers can't convince OP they should get out of the relationship immediately, then I don't know who can. OP leave. Don't become another statistic. Someone else says, this is extremely strange. Please be careful and do not bring this up anymore to your significant other. Let them think you've completely forgotten about it. Someone who's already taken a knife to your body while you're sleeping is capable of harming you in other ways. And everyone here can see how deeply disturbing this truly is, because it seems like the OP and their significant other have past problems and they both have their own issues, and this could be very dangerous quickly. And obviously everybody is telling the OP to leave the significant other, but she's just not listening for whatever reason. And yeah, this is just very concerning, and everyone in the comments, as you have heard, is very, very concerned, understandably so. And then somebody else says, I say this as someone who thinks 95% of the people who come to this subreddit are overreacting. You are underreacting. Your boyfriend is abusing you in your sleep. And there's a lot more comments of people saying, okay, get another camera and don't tell your significant other about it. Of course, that makes sense. But sadly, we have never got another update from the OP. And that is the last we've ever heard from the OP. It's been about a year and a half since she last made that post. But very, very concerning. And like, this is like the first time I read a lot of Reddit posts and Reddit threads, obviously. This is the first time where I see like everybody saying, hey, this is a bad situation. Please get out of it ASAP. Usually it's not that. People are kind of on the fence usually, or kind of being like, oh, give them the benefit of the doubt. Everyone here is like, holy shit, get out now. This is bad. And I have to agree, this is very, very creepy and concerning, because, I mean, the OP's significant other is probably cutting her hair in her sleep. That is weird to a different level. Like, why would anyone do that who's mentally sound? They wouldn't. And so I just have to hope that the OP is doing better now, because we have no sort of update. And to be honest, I'm just really concerned, because the OP didn't see the problem with his significant other. She's like, it's not him. It's probably not him. And everyone's like, it's him. Mom, psychologist, everyone on the internet was saying it's him, and they still weren't listening. So hopefully the OP was able to change their mind, get into a safe situation, but just deeply, deeply concerning. And yeah, I'm just worried about what happened to the OP, because yeah, like some commenters said, if he's doing this, who knows what else he might result to next. I mean, if it's cutting hair now, it could be doing something next. Who knows? But yeah, like I said, super, super concerning. And I just really hope the OP is doing better now. But what are your guys' thoughts on this? I just think it's wild. I found hundreds of pictures of my brother on my boyfriend's laptop. Can anyone please explain to me what's going on? Posted on August 30th, 2018, and the post reads as follows. I've been with my boyfriend for over a year. Our relationship is/was great, and we honestly never had any serious problems. We both have full-time jobs and live together. He's good friends with my younger brother as well, mainly because of their shared interest in fitness, workouts, etc. They hang out a good amount and go to the gym together. In hindsight, the fact that they're good friends makes it all the more creepier. Yesterday, I was home alone and my boyfriend was at work. I needed to print something out, but my laptop wasn't working at all. My boyfriend has several laptops, and there's one in particular he never uses. At least, I've never seen him use it. I thought it was some dusty old thing. I grabbed it, and it was not shut down properly. It took me straight to the photo albums, and there were hundreds of pictures of my brother saved. Most were pulled from his social media accounts, but there were also pictures of him from his rugby team's website. What the fuck? This isn't even the worst. There was an album that only consisted of creep shots and videos, pictures of him sleeping, and even videos of him getting changed. You could clearly see in the videos that he wasn't aware of being recorded. What the fucking fuck? The last picture he uploaded was literally last week. This is so creepy. I don't even know what to say. There were also pictures of someone else's gym clothes, and I'm also assuming they're also my brother's. I'm confused, disgusted, and shocked. What the hell is even going on? When he came back from work, I just went straight to sleep. I couldn't even face him. I honestly can't think of a good reason he would do this. I mean, straight guys don't usually do this, right? I don't know if I should even confront him about it. Should I ask him what this whole thing is about? And now let's get into some comments. Someone says, he's clearly got a thing for your brother. It's not a healthy way of expressing it. Creepy, if anything, but it's quite obvious. Confront him. Tell him how uncomfortable it makes you feel. Be prepared to break it off with him. I'm sorry you're having to deal with this. And then the OP replies saying, it's weird because I never even suspected that he has a thing for my brother. I would have noticed something like that. I honestly just can't believe it. The OP then added something in the comments saying, I was talking to my brother the other day and he told me that his dirty clothes keep going missing and that he's convinced someone at the gym or other places keep stealing it. I just found it kind of funny / weird at the time, but now I'm thinking it's way more fucked up. Oh boy, this could escalate quickly. Let's keep going. Someone else says, it's not just that your boyfriend is attracted to your brother, but that he's clearly obsessive. I'm a single guy and I will look at Facebook pictures of my crush, but I don't save them to my computer. That's super creepy. And him taking pictures of your brother sleeping sounds criminal. This is a lot worse than your boyfriend being secretly gay. And then someone replies saying, in my opinion, saving them isn't so much the concern as is taking creep shots of him. That's a serious WTF. And then someone else replies saying, I would take the laptop and show my brother, then go to the police to report it. Someone else comments saying, I don't recommend confronting him alone. This is some very unhealthy stuff, and I feel like if you corner someone with this sort of thing, he may react in a way that puts you in danger. Don't do that, even if you crave the dramatic airing. Someone else replies saying, yes, I suspect the boyfriend will react very poorly to the OP confronting him. And this is a big revelation that could potentially bring to light something the boyfriend wants to hide and is ashamed of. This could be really dangerous to the OP. And then the OP gives us an update saying, sorry to disappoint, but this isn't a positive update. I'm still trying to mentally process it all, hence the delayed post. I grabbed the laptop to take pictures of the photo albums, and I found way more stuff than I originally stumbled upon. A lot of commenters in the original post said that he probably used me to get closer to my brother. I didn't quite believe it at first, but they were right. While I was taking pictures of the photo albums, I found even more folders. He began saving these pictures 4 to 5 months before we started dating, and my brother didn't even know him at the time. That realization sent chills down my spine. I also went on the internet, the bookmarks, the browsing history. It was all horrific. I'm not going to elaborate because it's honestly sickening. It's clear that he has an obsession with my brother and extremely violent and disturbing fantasies about him. I'm not talking about bondage, although some of that was there too. This was absolutely messed up, scary stuff. I cannot believe that I was so clueless about everything. I went over to my brother's place and explained everything. Showing him proof on the actual laptop, he was shocked / creeped out, of course, but didn't believe that my ex was behind this for different reasons. But he's not gay. He wouldn't do something like this, etc. I wanted to go to the police, but he completely refused. I explained that this isn't just a crush from a seemingly straight friend. This is an unhealthy, psychotic obsession. He completely denied that he was in danger and seemed embarrassed more than anything. I told him that X actually started creeping on him months before the relationship begun and took all those creep shots. Besides, the browsing history and bookmarks were specific to him. It would make anyone freak out. When I showed him the pictures of his clothes, he was very confused and asked why X would steal his dirty clothes. But he still didn't want to go to the police. My plan was actually to confront my ex in public, but my brother just straight away texted him to come over. Side note, he arrived super fast. I wonder what he was expecting. When X came, I showed him the laptop and asked him to explain. The entire situation was so bizarre. While I was talking, he seemed incredibly angry. I've never seen such a look on his face before, but then he calmed down and casually confessed to everything. He said that it was just a habit he got into and that he's truly sorry. At that point, my brother said that it is probably a prank and that it wasn't funny, etc. I started crying a little, and X rolled his eyes and told me to stop crying. He was so nonchalant and cold. I didn't even recognize him anymore. Then he said that he would immediately stop doing this if we kept this to ourselves. I think my brother finally believed him then, because he was absolutely dumbstruck. X said that he'd take down the cameras too, and that we shouldn't make a big deal out of it. I asked him where the cameras are, and he proceeded to show us. He probably thought he was a good guy for cooperating with us and that it would make the situation less creepy. Turns out, there was a camera in the shower as well. It was nauseating. The conversation that followed was extremely uncomfortable, and X said some very provocative / inappropriate things. They ended up having a huge argument about the stolen clothes amongst other topics, and the rest was pretty awful. I eventually went to stay at a friend's place. I'd already packed my stuff anyway. Later that night, X texted me that I'm a bad person for invading his privacy and that I'm selfish, narcissistic, a bad human being, etc. He said that he's willing to forgive me though. Yeah, he really said that. I blocked his number and on everywhere. A day later, he came to me at work and I told him to stay away from me. He did that every day for 1 week at different locations until I seriously threatened him. He said that he never cared about me anyway and wished me luck for my future relationships. A couple of days ago, my brother texted me. We haven't spoken at all since that day and apologized, but he still refuses to address the elephant in the room. He's just pretending it never happened. I told him that X is clearly not stable. Why would you not notify the police? I honestly don't know what to do. Is there a way I can report this, just in case? And oh, by the way, it was his 21st birthday yesterday, and I called him in the morning. He told me that he got a present from an unknown sender. I said that sender is probably not unknown to us. Like, this is 100% my psycho X. I just know it is. As I said, this isn't a positive update. A lot of people seem to be concerned, and that's the only reason I posted this. I just hope things don't get worse. And I mean, that is just crazy. I think it's crazy that the OP's brother didn't go to the police. He had a camera in the shower. I mean, let alone all of the other creep pictures that were taken of him sleeping and undressing, doing all those things. Obviously, that is so creepy. But he had a camera in his shower. That was probably like a live stream almost. Like, that is as intrusive and disturbing as it can get. And you could easily go to the police with that information. But for whatever reason, neither the OP or the OP's brother wants to go to the police to report this. I just find that very, very odd. But let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, "Girl, take that whole laptop to the police. I am not kidding. This is very serious. If your brother ends up dead, you will never forgive yourself." And then someone else says, "This needs to be higher up. OP, this guy is showing serious signs of a true psychopath and future serial killer behavior. You are not safe, and neither is your brother. Take that laptop and go to the fucking police now. Don't wait. Don't worry about anything else. And check your brother's house for more cameras instantly. If the police doesn't, this is something you don't just stop doing. It's still happening now. You didn't notice before, and you probably wouldn't have noticed it for months if you didn't look on the laptop. The way he talks to you and views the world is truly disturbing, and the way he told you to stop crying, that's psychopath behavior. How he went calm? Same thing. There is a real fucking chance he will try to be near to your brother in some other way, and he'll do something much worse to him than just pictures. Go to the police. Stay safe. And I absolutely agree with both of these commenters. Like, this guy is showing clear signs of just obsession of the OP's brother. He's not going to just stop. People like this don't just stop until they get apprehended or seriously disciplined in some sort of way. Like, this guy is not going to just be like, you know what, I got caught, I'm going to leave it. No, he's going to keep stalking the boyfriend or the OP's brother, most likely, which is very concerning, obviously, but that's the exact reason why the OP needs to go to the police. They can't just leave it. And also, the commenter brought up a good point. There's probably cameras elsewhere. I mean, the shower obviously is like a relatively obvious one for a creep to put it, but it could be in his closet, in his bedroom, in another place in the bathroom, anywhere. Like, you have to comb the house for any other extra cameras, because that's probably not the only one. I don't know why everyone here is being so relaxed about this, but they just need to go to the police. And then the OP left us with one final comment saying, I definitely won't post another update. This is the last one. And I forgot to mention, but I had the laptop. He said that he was doing us a favor by letting us keep it. I mean, he didn't really put up a fight about it, but thanks for your concern either way. And that is the last we have ever heard from the OP, and just a very weird situation. I wonder if the OP ever went to the police about this. I mean, I would have, but they seemed very against going to the police for whatever reason, and just a very odd and creepy situation, because most likely the OP's boyfriend, or ex-boyfriend now, will continue the stalking one way or another. It's just very concerning, and hopefully nothing else came out of this, and hopefully the ex-boyfriend stopped stalking, but who knows with these people. And now I just hope that the OP and the OP's brother are safe now and away from this obsessive stalker. OP's journey from Redditor of the day to the most hated person on Reddit. And I did talk about this user in one of my old disturbing Reddit users videos, but I never read out the full, story and the full posts and threads and all of that stuff. So let's get into that now. And it is very, very disturbing, but let's get into it. And just a quick synopsis beforehand, this is a deep dive post that peeks behind the curtain into the life of a person who went from being a beloved Redditor and mentor to one of the most hated Redditors of all time. And the OP posted, Reddit, can you please help me? For 5 years, I have lived with this and I do not know what to do. And the post reads as follows. I hate to put something this personal out to everyone on Reddit, but I am desperate. 5 years ago, on Internet Marketer agreed to do a venture with my company at the time. He then tried to claim I owed him thousands of dollars in commissions, which was false. He threatened that if I didn't pay him, he would ruin my reputation. He posted a false rip-off report on me in 2005, a total lie, claiming I stole from his checking account. This now comes up as the #1 search result on Google when searching for my name. In 2005, I started losing clients. Sales became impossible to make. Sometime later that year, I ended up losing the company, which was at the time low-end valued at $600,000. I lost everything. Those who took it over ran it into the ground, thus hurting my reputation even further. Obviously, I know that rip-off report alone didn't cause that. There were a lot of factors, but the rip-off report certainly didn't help. The bottom line is that for the last 5 years, I have had to struggle with the fact that the first result on Google for my name is this rip-off report lie. I have lost great opportunities, and it has been a great struggle. Everyone does a Google search if they plan to work with someone. A claim, even false, that you are a thief showing up on result #1 doesn't help. Just imagine if the first search result for your name was a lie claiming you're a thief. How would that affect your friends, family, work, etc.? I've contacted rip-off reports and they don't care. It is bringing traffic to their site, and so they will do nothing. They do not care to validate whether or not the claim is even true. For 5 years, I have struggled because of that lie. Even friends and family want me to explain it. I did not do anything wrong. I've tried to do good for others continually, and to have all of that shoved aside because of one very loud lie, I must admit, is quite depressing. Is there anything I can do here? Does anyone have a suggestion for me? And then the OP makes an edit saying, totally unrelated, except in the whole let's mess up Carl's life area. Another company has been selling stuff on YouTube/Google Video using video excerpts of me from a presentation I gave a few years back. They never asked my permission, never paid me. I do not endorse what they sell. I don't really bother with that much because it doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. And the video probably gets 3 views a month anyways, if that. I figured I might as well mention that too. And then someone says, why not change your name? And then the OP says, while this whole thing has hurt me a great deal, it has not destroyed me. Although a struggle, I have managed to build a good career in spite of it. I work with many people on a daily basis, and they know me by name. Changing it would really not be an option, even if I wanted to. Someone else said, get a lawyer, sue, etc. And the OP said, gladly. But it is easier said than done. I've talked to lawyers before, and the whole thing is very complicated. There are multiple states, multiple entities, etc. Do I sue Google, rip off report, the individual who posted it? Do I sue in Arizona, New York, Pennsylvania? For what do I sue for? At what cost? I have no idea where/how to begin. Most lawyers I talked to basically told me it would cost a lot of money, tens of thousands of dollars, and I would more than likely lose than win. Also, there are statutes of limitations, many complex factors. I would gladly pursue that if I had some kind of concrete plan. I do not want anyone to post negatively about the individual who did this. I will not stoop to that level, and I hope no one else does either. Being on Ripoff Report is a very lousy experience, and I do not wish it on anyone. And so far, it's just a innocent guy asking for help, clearing his name from Google search because it's ruining his business and ruining his life. And it's gonna get a lot worse from here, trust me. And then the OP says, in short, for those willing/able, creating links with Carl Harold on pages already indexed on Google, as well as creating pages that are indexed on Google that have Carl Harold in the title will help. Basically to help push this ripoff report down in the search results, hopefully. Last night, I registered my name with a bunch of different .coms, as was suggested. Somehow, I have no clue how, but somehow the .com didn't go through and ended up getting registered by some Chinese company this morning. At any rate, at least I have the .net/.org. I just want to tell everyone thank you. When I made this post, I was really feeling down. Just seeing everyone's support has helped me feel a ton better. Even if nothing else comes out of it, thank you all. And then the OP gives us an update saying, a few days ago, I posted on Ask Reddit asking if anyone could help me remove or fight against a lie that has been the #1 search result for my name and damaging my reputation for over 5 years. Many of you took it upon yourselves to help me by posting links and content with my name all over the internet via Reddit, Twitter, and just about everywhere else. Amazingly, so many of you did this that for part of June 30th, my name was actually the 5th most searched for item on Google worldwide, even beating Larry King on the day of his announced retirement. Many of those searches came from people who just happened to see my name from your posts and went to Google to figure out why so many people were saying it. Reddit, in a matter of less than 12 hours, you shifted the search behavior of the entire internet in much the same way as a major geopolitical event. At least tens, if not hundreds of thousands of searches were done for a search term that prior to the point had few, if any, searches. Enough searches were done to result in the automated creation of over 200,000 new web pages containing my name. Many of these pages were automatically created by companies that create content pages designed to rank high for popular search terms. The overall effect has been a brute force nullification of the web page containing the lie. And here we are on July 4th, and finally, after 5 years, that lie is completely gone from the first 5 pages of search results on Google and all other search engines, and it seems to be dropping more every day. Further, many other pages containing my name now rank high on Google, including automatically generated pages that have nothing to do with me, as well as pages about other individuals who share my name. Nothing negative therefore stands out against me. For 5 years, I've had to live with the stigma of this lie. I've had to explain it to friends, family, and business associates. I no longer have to live with that. Thank you to everyone on Reddit who helped, including Obley Frank from Name Repair, who saw my original post and agreed to help me for free. In the post we just read is an example of how Carl presented himself as an inconspicuous, and normal Redditor who people were glad to help. And now brace yourself for the rest of the post, which summarizes his online and real life actions, and they are nothing short of horrifying. A user created a post on r/unresolved mysteries that exposed every part of Carl H. Titled, Carl H. once made a following for himself online with his free computer programming lessons, but was later exposed as a horrific psychopath with ties to an interstate exploitation ring. He committed S-word in prison and escaped justice. So what were the full extents of his crimes? And yeah, that escalated quickly. From the innocent guy we were just kind of talking about earlier and reading his post, him just wanting to clear his name, to a man who had links to a interstate exploitation ring. Horrible. And now let's get into the post. Carl Harold had some minor internet fame before, and after, he committed some of the most horrific crimes imaginable. Carl is a unique kind of internet horror story, and has fascinated me for a long time. While he left a footprint online, what he did is shrouded with mystery. Obviously, the court documents are sealed, but we know Carl was on trial for R-wording his own son, filming it and selling it online. However, this wasn't really a contained situation at all, and Carl's S-word left a string of unanswered questions. Let me explain. Part 1. Carl the Redditor. I'm summing up Carl's life here. We don't know his exact date of birth, but since he was 33 in 2014, let's say he was born in 1981. For reference, according to law enforcement, Carl was born and raised in Wyoming, but never stayed in one state for too long as an adult. Carl joined Reddit in 2006 and was one of the earliest users, and his account is a treasure trove to understanding his mind. In his early days, Carl was mostly active in debates about religion and politics. He was a real Bible thumper back then, and notably went to war with people on the comment section of a clip from Jesus Camp where he argued that he had grown up Christian and attended Jesus camps and it had never done him any harm. This is actually the most we know about Carl's early childhood. Carl's religious beliefs were strange and a little extreme. He believed cursing was morally repugnant. He thought homosexuality was a one-way ticket to hell, and most Christians are more lenient on it now, and was sick of people justifying it. He had a unique belief that it was a sin not to tell people they were sinning, and claimed support for the Westboro Baptist Church. His beliefs were so extreme, he said he was going to homeschool his then 3-year-old son to protect him from being drilled with atheism. In a badly aged comment, he says this: I would prefer the balance to be tipped towards me as opposed to tipped toward the school. Perhaps my child will spend 3 to 4 hours in a real school each day and spend the rest with me. Actually, I really like that idea. And like the original writer said, a badly aged comment. So disturbing. But let's continue. In 2009, Carl started to offer completely free computer programming lessons on Reddit and YouTube and did really fucking well. They were apparently as good as a college course. They're still up, so try them for yourself. And he was a great teacher. The worst part is that Carl put genuine effort into these. They were by no means half-assed. And since he was making no money from them, well, that's pretty amazing, right? He only asked for optional donations in return, which would be a very good way to launder unexplained money. His lessons didn't go unappreciated, and he became something of a Reddit superstar. Carl reveals a lot more about his personal life in this narcissistic Ask Me Anything in 2010, where he's obviously embraced his Reddit celebrity status. He says that, at 22 years old, he was a high school dropout with no money who started his own company. He claims he taught himself programming in middle school, and the gist of his company was that it would actually work for companies tracking how much people viewed their websites. Carl comes off arrogant and dull here, droning on about the inner workings of his company, as well as how he's oh so clever. However, he says the company was really no success because he said he made terrible business decisions and it went under. He says he used to make a lot of money, but went broke and started to struggle with money in 2004/2005 because of personal things. This is when his son would have been born, and said he had done it for years, but his financial situation has been picking up for unknown reasons. One commenter joked that Carl lost his business because he spent it all on escorts and booger sugar, and Carl replies, The most I did with my money was take my wife to Hawaii. Around the same time, Carl told a story about why his business really went under. Apparently, he was blackmailed by a guy he worked with who eventually left a rip-off report that said Carl stole $1,000 from him. Carl's business went under from there, and this relates back to what we read in the beginning, which was Carl's post. He said this is the first thing that comes up when you Google his name, and he wants it gone. The commenters went through an actual effort to change this by posting positive comments about him online until the rip-off report was buried. In his next post, Carl thanks everybody who helped. Just read the comments and see how much everybody loved this man. Anyway, Carl was a businessman at heart and knew how to manage these people. He was a lot more careful with personal information and beliefs in his later years on Reddit and just sculpted the image of the Reddit nice guy. He replied to every comment he got like he was replying to a work email. Really, you can tell there's something off. He never has a laugh with people or seems passionate. He's a machine. In Carl's 2012 Redditor of the Day post, he declares some personal information. He says that he lives in New York. He says he is married. He says his family is the most important thing to him. A comment that always stuck out to me is when someone asks him what the most embarrassing moment of his life is, he replies that he showed up to a girl's house with a pimple. There's just something entirely unnatural about this comment, as though he Googled what embarrassing things can happen to someone and just wrote down something he found. A personal friend of Carl's posted this and filled in some of the gaps about Carl. And what this is basically just how he knew Carl for a long time, and I'm not going to get into it. I don't think it's that necessary for the story. And let's continue. Carl married young and had a horrible relationship with his family. It turned out his wife left shortly after his son was born, and he raised him alone. They said they were shocked as Carl really did seem to love and care about his son. And by late 2013, Carl had stopped using Reddit. Some people questioned it, but in December 2013, articles emerged that said a Carl Harold was arrested for this and began to question if it was Carl H. himself. And what this was felony examination set for man accused of numerous cheese pizza charges. So horrible. And if we get into this, a man accused of several cheese pizza related offenses has had his felony examination set. Carl Harold, 32, has been charged with permitting a child to engage in horrible things and production of horrible things with kids, and more of the cheese pizza. He is accused of videoing and photographing a very young person, and God, it's just so horrible. Harold's felony examination is set for December 11th. He is currently being held on a $150,000 bond in the Madison County Jail. And this is what people saw. And they're just like, holy shit, is this the Carl H that everybody loves? And let's continue. Although there is some confusion on how Carl was caught out, it appears police found the videos and identified Carl's son, him or Charles Donovan, and tracked them down. Carl was arrested in Alabama. Allegedly, Carl had held his son as a virtual captive and inflicted horrible abuse on him for a period of 8 months until his arrest in November 2013. This is the period where he was less active online and eerily dropped in to say he'd been online less because of family issues. His only source of income was his programming courses, and he worked from home. Charles was his domestic partner / husband and was being charged as a confidant. This is also weird as Carl was very defensive about being straight and actively hated gays. That's their words, not mine. The son had been subjected to horrific abuse. Like, I can't even begin to speak these words. And reportedly, whatever had been done to him was so bad that jurors left the room to puke. Oh my God. Carl was charged with filming these crimes and sharing them online. Charles was not charged with this, and weirdly, most of Carl's charges were to do with conspiracy and complicity, and only Charles was charged with the bulk of the issues. Charles was charged with giving the young person, and the young person being Carl's kid, an STD. Jesus, man. And Carl didn't get that. Carl denied everything to the point of actively interrupting detectives when they testified what he had done. While it might seem Charles was the true ringleader in the situation, Carl was pulled up on more than this. In May 2014, more charges were brought against him. He had 10 counts of producing videos in upstate New York between August 2011 and March 2013 with a very young person. The way they put this seems like this kid a different person to the son, although the ages would line up. Do you think this is Carl's son as well, or do you think it's a second victim? Charles was not charged in connection to this. Sadly, Carl committed S-word in prison in November 2013 when the investigation, which police said was spanning all over the country and could involve the arrest of dozens more men before he could answer for his crimes and be convicted of anything. In my opinion, justice was not served. Charles got 36 years in prison and the crimes faded away, and I can't find anything about any more arrests. And I mean, this case is just so disgusting, obviously. But I just think it's so insane how he started off as this kind of relatable guy that everybody loved. I mean, in the beginning, that's why I wanted to read that first post, because it just kind of made him relatable. You're like, oh, well, I can see why people like this guy. And then it comes out that he is more of a monster than anyone could have ever imagined. I mean, like the title said, he went from one of the most loved on Reddit to the most hated ever. And I mean, deservedly so. He was just a disgusting monster who did horrible things to his own son and abused him just so much, and just it's just horrible. He just did crimes that are beyond unforgivable. And I mean, it's just jaw-dropping. I did cover this case a while ago, but I've never read out it all in full, and it is just so disgusting and horrible. But I mean, it's just crazy how he went from so loved to just the most hated. It's just crazy how this man was just harboring this deep, dark secret. And I just think it's so disturbing how some people have some of the most darkest secrets that no one knows for a long time until it eventually comes out, like we saw here. But at least he got some sort of justice, and he's not still free doing whatever he was doing. But yeah, it's just so horrible, and I feel so bad for his son. Hopefully his son is somewhat recovered and living a better life now, away from his horrific abuser. My old stalker is back, and my husband is making me feel like I'm the crazy one. Hi. Sorry, this is my first time writing in, and I don't know what to do, so I'm just going to jump in. I'm using a throwaway because I'm sure my actual account is being watched. Also fake names. So I, 32 female, and my husband, 33 male, have been arguing a lot recently over my old stalker. For some background, back in college, I was 24. I dated a guy, let's call him Fred, for about 2 months. Fred was interesting, to say the least. To save time, he had several red flags once we started dating, so I dumped him. Fred acted like he couldn't care less, so I thought that was that. A few months go by, and I'm starting to see Fred everywhere. I see him at the grocery store I go to, my go-to nail place, my favorite restaurants, etc., etc. I thought it was just a coincidence, so I left it at that. A year after our breakup, he starts messaging me, telling me he was the happiest with me and that he misses me so much. I called bullshit and blocked him. Then things started to escalate. Fred changed numbers every time I blocked him, made new social media accounts, and I started to see his car everywhere. I tried getting a restraining order against Fred, but since he hadn't done anything to me, they couldn't do anything. A few months later, I was walking to my car at night. Fred, coincidentally, saw me walking alone and offered me a ride home. I said no, that I had my own car, and kept walking. Fred proceeded to get out of his car and tried pushing me to his car. I punched him and ran to my car. I drove away, and luckily, he didn't follow me. I tried again to get a restraining order, but it was basically his word against mine. They gave me a temporary restraining order, but that's it. I was terrified of even walking outside and deleted all of my socials. Thankfully, a very close friend, let's call him Pete, stepped in to defend me. Pete ended up threatening Fred, and I finally stopped hearing from Fred. I felt free and slowly got back into my normal life. Now fast forward to present day. I'm now married to my husband. I've graduated from college and live alone with my husband. We moved to a nearby city and bought a house together. Sadly, a month ago, Pete died during his sleep, and I was absolutely devastated. I've known Pete since I was in high school, and he was my closest friend. To be honest, I'm still not over his death, and sometimes I can't believe he's gone. But guess who heard about his death? That's right, folks. Fred found out and is now back. I received text from Fred a few days after Pete died. I now see him everywhere and he's insisting we talk. I just walk away and ignore him. I've reported him, but nothing has happened, so I deleted my socials once again. Friends have been telling me Fred has been asking about me. He's asked if I moved, what am I doing lately, if I have other social media accounts, etc. I'm honestly terrified. I've moved since I finished college, but somehow I see him at my gym, grocery store, park, etc. It honestly makes me believe he never stopped watching me, and it's terrifying. I've told my husband about everything, and he says I'm overreacting or just plain ignores my concerns and changes the subject. I've argued that he doesn't care, and he argues back asking, what do I expect him to do? He says that Fred doesn't know where we live and that we'll just change gyms. My husband is telling me to just change my regular routine and stop going to certain places. He says it's no big deal and Fred is harmless. I'm like, Fred tried to force me into his car. How is that harmless? My husband has been distant ever since it started, and I feel alone. I don't want to tell my friends in fear they will tell Fred. I can't go to my family because I'm in no contact with them. And of course, my husband couldn't care less. I need advice. What do I do? Am I crazy? Should I just change my gym and my routine like my husband says? Part of me just wants to move completely, but another part is basically asking myself, why do I have to uproot my life and change everything because of him? Can't he just leave me alone? It's been like 10 years already, and I want to move on from this. Should I just talk to Fred, hoping he'll finally leave me alone? And people in the comments have a lot to say. Someone says, I actually considered divorce over this. The way he is completely dismissing your very valid fears would be a deal breaker for me. He says Fred is harmless. Ask him what makes him believe that. The fact he is telling you to just change your routine just makes my blood boil. If you change your routine, the stalker feels satisfaction because he is able to control part of your life by what he is doing. And I do agree with that. And the OP does reply to a question of, what does your husband think? And the OP says, my husband thinks I'm overreacting and says if anything happens that Fred will end up in jail. And I hate when he says that because what does it even mean? Do I have to end up in a ditch for that I can finally be left alone? And I completely agree. That is like the worst way to think about it. Why would you be like, well, if he does anything, he's gonna be in jail? Well, that means Fred has to do something horrific to end up in jail. Why would you even want to subject your wife to that instead of doing something or saying something and helping her out? Like, that is just an idiotic way of thinking. And then the OP gives us an update saying, small update and some more information about my stalker situation. I'm still new to posting on Reddit, so for the first part of my post, it should be on my account. My friends don't talk to Fred, and they are aware of the situation. Fred has reached out to them randomly, asking about me. They have reported and blocked him as well. Now for the update. Last night, I decided to have a serious conversation with my husband one last time. I sat down with him and explained the whole situation again. Told him how scared I've been and that he needs to take this seriously. I wanted to show him how terrified I was, how small I've been made to feel, not just by Fred, but also him. How his lack of support/concern for my own safety is making me question our marriage. I asked if he'd even do anything if I was found in a ditch. He was silent this whole time while looking at the floor. We sat in silence for a few minutes before I got up to pack my things. My husband proceeded to cry. He apologized and said he'd make this right. He said he didn't want to overreact in fear of scaring me more, but when in reality, it made me feel more alone. My husband has been looking into Fred without my knowledge and has found out where he works, lives, and even Fred's family contact information. He wanted to gather more information about Fred before contacting a lawyer. We're both taking a few days off of work to get our ducks in a row. We're getting a lawyer and gathering evidence of Fred's harassment. We're also currently looking for a therapist where we can both talk about this situation and other issues we have in our marriage. I also have some voicemails Fred has left me, and I officially think he's lost it. I have an Apple iPhone, and you're able to see voicemails from blocked numbers. Some of the messages are him saying straight up gibberish, while others are as if he's having a conversation with me. He says things like, oh yeah, babe, I get off work late, so tonight is a no-go. Or, I'm off, so you can come pick it up right now. No, yeah, I don't know. I can't do this anymore. There's a lot of fashion in my life. It sounds like he's having a conversation, but It's no one else, just him, and it's terrifying. My husband does feel bad and is trying his best to console me. He has apologized repeatedly for making me feel lonely and has been more supportive/open. Currently, he's looking through my car to check if there's anything that might be giving my location of Fred. I'll keep you all updated if we find anything or if anything else happens. Thank you all for your advice and support. I've posted another update, so I think you can find it on my posts. And I think it's just kind of weird that the OP's husband wasn't telling the OP about it the whole time. It's like, why wasn't he just being open about it, being like, I'm looking into Fred, instead of making his wife feel alone, you know? I think that's very odd that the OP's husband was just kind of keeping that a secret, even though they could have collaborated on the effort of finding more information on him and getting a case against him. I just find it strange that the OP's husband was doing that separately. But let's get into the OP's second update, and it reads as follows. Wasn't sure if I should make an update, but decided to anyways to maybe get some advice. Thank you to everyone who gave me advice and encouragement. I finished listening to the book, The Gift of Fear, and it really opened my eyes to a lot. Now onto the update. After my husband didn't find anything in my car, I still felt something wrong, so I took people's advice and took my car to the mechanic. I told my mechanic about my situation and if he could take a look at my car. And to my horror, a couple of days later, my mechanic found a small little cube that was placed hidden under my car. At first, I really wanted to believe it was just a part of my car or something, but my mechanic explained that it wasn't and it was deliberately hidden. The cube is really small and magnetic. I called my lawyer right then and there and told him everything. I got pictures of the GPS and where it was placed. I thanked the mechanic and drove to my lawyer's office. At this point, I was shaking and wanted to cry. How long had the GPS been there? How long has Fred been following me without my knowledge? Was he watching me at the moment? Is he going to add another one? I called my husband to meet at my lawyer's office and told him everything. At the office, I just wanted to disappear. I wanted to run away and not look back. I was terrified and I felt so violated, knowing I was being watched for who knows how long. With everything we had gathered, my lawyer was able to get a temporary restraining that same day. We are currently going through the process of getting a restraining order where I will have to go to court and see Fred again. My lawyer says the process can be long and draining, but it's something I do need to get for my own safety. I got a bit scared and had my husband's car also checked for anything. Thankfully, nothing was found in his car. I started feeling watched at home, so I had my whole house turned upside down looking for anything maybe Fred had placed. Again, thankfully, nothing was found. I've told my neighbors about what we found and to keep an eye out for anyone suspicious. I've also started my safety training for handling a gun and shooting, and still trying to get my CCW, but it can be a long process. Thank you again for everyone who's given me advice, and I'll keep you updated if Creepy Fred tries anything. And yeah, that is just so terrifying. I mean, obviously it was already creepy, but Fred placed a GPS tracker in the OP's car and was stalking him. That is so terrifying. And this is the last update we have received from the OP. It's been about 8 months since we last heard from the OP, and so I just have to hope that everything's going smoothly. But it's confirmed that the stalker was obviously stalking her with a GPS, and the OP is now getting a license to carry and all that, which is good, so she can protect herself. But geez, just such a creepy situation. I mean, she's been being stalked from this guy for a long, long time. And like I said, it's been about 8 months, so hopefully nothing extreme has happened. But for now, we're just kind of left in the dark. We have no idea what's happened, but hopefully nothing crazy, like I said. And I just wish the best for the OP and her husband, and for this guy to stop following her and making her life a living hell. My girlfriend tried to push me off a cliff as a joke. My girlfriend, 20 female, is completely crazy, but mostly in a good way. Spontaneous is an understatement. Sometimes she goes too far, but I love her for her crazy personality. I am 18 male and more relaxed, and we balance each other out. 2 recent incidences really freaked me out though, and I need advice. I was driving on the highway with a lot of traffic. We were going maybe 40 miles an hour. She suddenly started tickling me and wouldn't stop when I yelled at her. I jammed on the brake and someone almost hit us from behind. I asked her what the fuck is wrong with her, but she just laughed about it and told me to chill. I said, what would make you want to do that? And she said, I don't know, just felt like it. Then last Saturday, I was hiking with her and I was standing near this steep cliff. I'm usually wary of her because you never know what she's going to do, even though it's usually just a prank or something. I let my guard down, and she went behind me and pushed me towards the cliff, and I swear I almost fell off. She did it hard, and I ended up right at the edge. She was laughing so hard. I freaked out and started screaming at her, and I might have been out of line, but holy shit. She laughed about it at first, but then she started crying and saying she was sorry. The next day, she started texting me saying that she didn't mean any harm and she just didn't know, that I would get so mad at her for doing that. Am I crazy for even thinking about this? Is it possible she's just immature, and if I get back with her, she'll be different? I'm kind of lonely and I really love her, but this really made me rethink the situation because now I feel like she's legit crazy, not just fun crazy. Thanks for your advice. And then the OP said something crazy in the comments. The OP said, I just remembered that she told me a story when we first met about how she tricked an allergic friend into eating some nuts and how funny it was. I guess I shouldn't have written that off. And then everyone in the comments is saying stuff like, dude, you need to get out of there because you might not make it out alive. Someone says, bruh, she tried to kill you twice, then proceeded to laugh about it. The next time, you might not be here to tell the story. And then someone else comments saying, your girlfriend has a serious problem, especially seeing you say she gave an allergic friend nuts because she thought she was funny. It's just frightening. This is not normal. This isn't even considered crazy personality. She has some serious mental issues that she needs to be professionally addressed. And then the OP gives us an update, and the update reads as follows. He says, I've been thinking a lot and I decided that I'm ending my relationship with her. This isn't easy for me. It's hard because I've been with her for almost 2 years, but it's even harder because now I feel a ton of guilt myself as I remembered things that I ignored and how I was only worried about her after I became the victim. I mentioned that point in the other thread, but I feel even worse about it now. I know I was stubborn in the last thread, but I listened to everyone's advice very carefully. You all helped so much. When people brought up the sadism aspect, it sort of clicked. I don't know if it was stupidity or selfishness, but I didn't think of her that way until this week. I just ignored everything she did. I thought about some memories using this new perspective. I remember early this year, her dad got a job at the front desk at this apartment complex. It's hard to explain this place because it was sort of a luxury place and most apartments aren't like this. But I was there once or twice to pick her up, and I remember what the building looked like. There were a lot of older people living there, and right near the entrance of the building, there was an elevator which only went up. Then there was the main elevator, which was kind of far down a long hallway. She had to call that first elevator down after the person was approved to go into the building. One time, me and her were smoking and just chilling, talking about stuff. She was laughing to me about how she would sometimes disable the up elevator and pretend it was out of order. And then she'd watch these older/handicapped people walk down this long hallway to get to the main elevator. She got fired pretty quickly anyway because she activated the fire alarm when there was no fire. When they asked her what happened, she pretended that the computer was glitching and she couldn't stop it. But they believed she did it on purpose, so they fired her. I'm sure some people could have been injured during the chaos. I guess the alarm must have disabled the elevators, so everyone had to grab their stuff and run down the stairs as quickly as possible. I can imagine all these elderly people going down so many flights of stairs. I don't think anyone was injured, but they did fire her, and maybe they're still investigating. I don't know if it could help, but I'm going to call that place and tell them what she told me and how she admitted to pulling the alarm on purpose. That'll help my conscience out a lot. And like I said, I feel terrible about ignoring this stuff. You might think I'm an idiot or a terrible person myself. I don't know what to say, but when I really thought about this stuff, I decided I just couldn't be with her. I know people will criticize me, and that's fine. This is an update, but also a confession, to be honest, because I have to get that off my chest. And there's a bunch of other stories too that she told me or that I saw myself. I enjoyed her craziness, to be honest, even though I was always on edge, but I thought of it as her being fun and spontaneous instead of sadistic. I guess I'm pretty weird myself. I responded to her text this morning because she was starting to get angry and was sending a lot more texts. I told her I was really sick and thought she couldn't be near me, but that we might be able to hang out again in a week or two. I said I wasn't mad at her anymore, and I just didn't respond because I was sick. I just told her that to get her off my back and to give myself some time to prepare for the breakup because I don't know how she's going to react and I want to be safe. For example, she has keys to my house and I'm living with other people, including kids, so I want to change the locks and make sure we're not tied together in any other ways before I do an official breakup. Do you think that's a smart idea? I could use any advice on the best way to do a breakup in this situation because I'm kind of worried. Once again, thanks so much for all your advice last time and have a good day. And then everyone in the comments is like, yes, absolutely change your locks and let your roommates know and let the kids know. Let everyone know that she might be dangerous or do something crazy. And then the OP gives us a second update titled, well, it's over. I officially broke up with her. I sent a short text earlier today. I wasn't mean, I just said it wasn't working out and we should both move on. She was surprisingly very understanding. She was emotional at first, but I know, despite our differences, that she does love me. When she saw how I felt and when we talked about it in more detail, she was convinced that the breakup was best for the both of us. We talked on the phone and I could tell that her feelings were 100% genuine. I know her so well and I'm really gonna miss her. Before this conversation though, I did a bunch of stuff just in case something went wrong. I tried to change the locks, but I don't want to tell my parents about this because I knew they'd get pissed at me. I couldn't do it without their permission. But now I see it was unnecessary to do it. I also told some friends what was going on, changed my passwords, and tried to close one bank account that we both have access to. It didn't work, but whatever. It doesn't matter now anyway since she's being so good about all this. I'm so happy that it's over and that we won't have any problems. She reminded me about an old Chromebook that she had left at my house. It's been there for months and I forgot all about it. That's the only valuable thing she has in this house, but she's gonna come over in an hour or two and pick it up. Then we'll say our final goodbyes. While she's here, she's gonna give me back the house key. I told her I needed it to give to a neighbor. I won't lie, I cried earlier today and I'm still very emotional. I know this is the right thing to do, but it's so hard. I could have left the Chromebook outside the house or mailed it to her, but whatever. But I want to see her one more time. I want to hug her again. She loves my little bro and she's always so excited to see her. I want her to make him laugh one more time. I just want a proper goodbye and to make sure we're on good terms. The last time I saw her in person, I was furious and she was crying. I've ended the relationship. I won't go back now, but I can't leave it like it was. After today, it'll be no contact. I'll update you when it's over, so you have the full story of how exactly it went. To address some stuff, I mentioned in the last thread that I was going to report her to the former workplace for how she admitted to abusing those handicapped people and pulling the fire alarm. I decided against it because she's already been fired and I'm pretty sure the management of that place has moved on. I don't want a reporter trying to push me off a cliff either because it might just make her seek revenge in some way. A lot of people wanted me to find the allergic person she gave nuts to and file a report about that, but I don't even know that person's name. She might not have even told me, but I don't remember anyway. I have a lot of incidents I could go on to the police with, but honestly, I'm so happy that our breakup will be so smooth, and I don't want to make it worse. Maybe I'm selfish, but at least for now, I'm gonna avoid taking legal action. Also, in all honesty, I don't think she's too far gone. I think she can change, and I hope she does change, and doesn't need to get in trouble to become a better person. I know she can do it because deep down, she's a good person like we all are. Thanks for all the support. What a crazy time in my life, but I'm glad I got past it. I appreciate everyone's help so much. I couldn't have done this without all your advice. I just can't thank you enough. And it's been 5.5 years since his last update. And he did tell us he was going to update us when it's over. So hopefully he's not dead, because he said he was going to update us right after. And yeah, like I said, it's been 5.5 years since the last update. And I looked at his account and literally the last comment he ever made was, "She'll be here in a few minutes, so I'll tell you all how it went in a little when we're done." So that's pretty concerning. I mean, I'm not saying the OP's girlfriend killed him, but that's concerning that he literally said, "She'll be here in a few minutes, I'll update you guys," and it's been 5.5 years. And everybody in the comments is like, well, fuck, he's dead. I don't know if it's that far, but that is actually pretty concerning. And everyone's saying the same thing. Someone says, "The fact that OP never made another update like he said worries me." Someone else replies saying, "It's really ominous." Last comment saying she'll be there any minute and he'll come back right afterward doesn't exactly paint a rosy picture. And yeah, that's pretty concerning. Because like the OP outlined, like this wasn't a one-time thing. She continuously did things to just make people in pain. Like making the old people walk the super long hallway because she would make the elevator stop working, pulling the fire alarm so the old people had to go down the stairs, almost pushing them off the cliff, almost making them crash when driving. I mean, that's just a lot of coincidences that I don't think are coincidences at that point. Very concerning, but like I said, haven't had an update in forever, so I really wonder what ended up happening, but that's really ominous how he just never made an update. I hope the OP's doing all right now. There's something wrong with my wife. I'm posting here because my wife does not use or even really know what Reddit is, and I can't speak to anyone else but my therapist about it. I've tried asking friends and family, but none of them understand the gravity of what I'm saying, honestly. I'm a 37-year-old man, and my lovely wife, who's 36, and I have little to no problems with each other. However, upon noticing little things that are mounting up to a rather terrifying level, I'm not sure I can ignore this anymore. She's a great person. She's done so much for me this whole marriage in respects that I do not want to have intimate time after a rather traumatizing experience that I don't want to get into. She does little things that shows she listens and cares about me, and I do the same for her. I want to stay with her because we've been married for 10 years now, and she is all I know. But lately, I just don't know what's going on and why she's acting the way that she is. The first notable time was when we found an egg on the curb. We assumed it was from our neighbor, given that they have chickens and maybe an egg rolled out or something. Without a second thought, my wife stomped on the egg. Now, I would have been fine had it been an infertile egg or a cooking egg without anything, but the entire fetus was seen and I threw up. She laughed, saying that it was funny, and at least the neighbors don't have to worry about another chicken. I told myself that it was just an egg, and she had no idea that there would be a fetus inside of it. But her reaction afterwards rattled me. I brushed it off because, like I said, I love her. Maybe that is a stupid thing to do. I really love her, but the things continued, and my love for her is wavering. Some notable things I remember were stated below. We have a dog, we'll call him Butter. Butter is the most calm dog in the world, and housebroken and well trained. However, one time he was very sick and irritated, and he went number 2 on the carpet. My wife screamed at Butter. Screamed. I told her to stop because the damage was done already, and Butter is a dog who is sick. I cleaned the carpet, and she never blew up at Butter again. But it rubbed me the wrong way with how mean she was to him. I understand that she was frustrated, but Butter started crying and trying to give her paw, and she kept screaming at him. My mom passed away in 2020, natural causes, but I was very close with her, and it took many years to accept it. I keep her favorite bracelet on a table with family photos of her and me. One day, it was missing and I had a panic attack. The bracelet was made by my mom's grandfather, and she wore it every day. It was a part of her. But when I told my wife, she told me that she sold it. I sobbed. I wasn't mad at her, just devastated. But soon after, the bracelet was back on the table, and I asked her about that. She started laughing and saying that you should have seen your face. When we were gardening, I noticed I dropped my keys. She was grouchy since it was hot, and she was planting flowers since the morning. When she found them, she threw them at my face and it cut my nose. She felt horrible, but that reaction threw me off. One time after work on Halloween, I was feeling particularly depressed for no reason. I don't blame her for this, but she played a prank on me and jump scared me, something we do every Halloween. I started crying and having a breakdown because it was kind of a last straw for me after my shift. She laughed and kept laughing, then went back to the living room and watched TV. One time on Facebook, we found out that a classmate had been in a car accident. I told her, and she shrugged, saying that she didn't really know her, so it doesn't matter. It's okay for her to not care about the victim, but the poor girl was heavily injured. And my memories of her from school were pleasant, and she genuinely didn't deserve what happened. My wife and I love horror. We are horror fans, but I cannot stand violence against animals. It disturbs me, so when we put on When Evil Lurks, as you can imagine, I threw up. The kicker is that she has seen it, but wanted to watch it with me since she loves it so much. I'm happy she loves it, but I would have appreciated a warning, which I vocalized. She shrugged it off, and that was that. That's a few, but the worst of it happened just yesterday. I tried my hardest to not say anything, but it might be my last straw. I was cleaning up our room and my wife was at work, and I found a journal buried underneath the mattress as I was swapping sheets. For some reason, I opened it and realized quickly that it was my wife's diary. I would have put it back if I didn't see the words on the page. I was horrified. She wrote that when she was driving, there was a line of geese crossing the street. Annoying, yes, but the thing you are supposed to do is wait. My wife wrote that geese are a useless species, so it shouldn't matter if a few get run over. Yes, she ran over 2 geese on the road. Again, I was horrified. I know what people will say, so I'm going to answer a few questions. I love her. I recognize that sometimes her behavior is unacceptable and concerning. I recognize the concern, which is why I'm here in the first place, but you all have to realize that for the past 16 years now, she's been my world. We dated for 6 years before getting married, and it's been 10 years since our wedding. In those 16 years, I've witnessed her go through horrific things, and she's witnessed the same. It's hard to sum up those 16 years, but it's difficult, and I'm already saying too much. I noticed the changes over the past 3 or so years. Even then, in the moment, I didn't see it as an issue until reading that little journal entry. I can't just leave her, but I can't act the same around her after finding that out. I realized that I needed to confront her about what I saw, but truthfully, I am afraid. I never knew it was something she was capable of until I read it and started putting the pieces together. Whatever is going on, I don't know what to do with it. She has a therapist, and so do I. She seems genuine, but I don't know what to do, knowing that she willingly killed an animal without any remorse. Honestly, I just don't want to leave her. I met her young, and all I know is her. She's seen me through the most vulnerable parts of my life and vice versa. Her family and my family are basically intertwined. We all love each other. She's basically been there longer than when she hasn't. If I have to leave her, I think that'll be it for me. That'll be all I have. I'm 37, which isn't old, but also not desirable either. I don't even know why she had a crush on me because I personally don't think I'm desirable. I don't even know if this post will make any sense. I don't know if anyone will take the time out of their day to read my struggles. My therapist is on vacation, so I can't tell her yet. I need somebody to talk to because everybody that I'm telling brushes it off since she is a very sweet person to them. I just want to fix this. Edit, answering some general questions. I said she's witnessed horrific things. I mean that a family member of hers has passed and one of our mutual friends passed as well, but this didn't happen until months later. We have no kids. I had a rough experience I won't delve into that made me realize I'm intimate, and I will ask her soon. And so just off this first post, you can really tell that the OP is kind of scrambling. I mean, he's really letting it all out for people to kind of digest and give him advice. He just seems very desperate for advice, and I just can't help but feel for him because he's like, my wife is acting completely different, and I don't know what to do. And ever since finding that diary, he's just kind of scrambling and wondering what to do. I mean, just looking for some sort of advice. I just feel bad for him. But anyways, let's get into some of the top comments and see what people's advice is for him. Someone said, I will be super honest with you. I was married for 9 long years to someone just like your wife. The last straw, one of my cats being beaten to the point of her face being so swollen that one eye was shut for a week, and she didn't get out of her hiding spot for 3 days. Urine and feces in the corner of a closet. I guess she couldn't bring herself to make a run for the litter box in case she would encounter him. I was out of the door in a week. It took everything from me, but I knew this would escalate. Don't wait too long, OP. This sounds like a psychopath/covert narcissism. Be safe. Take care, and please confide in family members or friends you trust. Let people know what's going on. Someone else says, OP. My ex and I were driving home, and a raccoon ran out in the other lane way ahead of us. We did not even have to stop or slow down. My ex purposely switched lanes and sped up to hit and kill it. He is in prison now, years later, for a murder. Please notice the signs. And that seems to be the general consensus with all the commenters. People are saying, hey, this could get really bad really fast, so please be careful. And tell family and friends because it's better for other people to be aware of it and it doesn't come out of nowhere. But anyways, the OP gives us an update 24 days later. And his update reads as follows. Answering some concerns. Thank you for your comments and your time. I've had a long month and there's a lot to say, but I honestly cannot stress enough how much your support and words, harsh or not, mean to me. I'll say what has been on my mind lately, but if anybody just came for this, here it is. I'm leaving my ex-wife, Anna, but we are still living together as I pack my things. I'm not really scared of her anymore, so that's her name. I sat down and had a conversation with her. Everything I wrote down and posted here was copy and pasted from Google Docs. I left some details out since they were identifiable for both Anna and I. I showed it to her and she blew up at me. I understand why she was angry. I did share information about our marriage and life on the internet. Her emotions were reasonable, but I started to get very irritable. She listened to the word vomit that I just spewed out. She didn't interrupt me or yell at me because I think she realized in that moment how badly it was all affecting me. I begged her to just hear me out, and surprisingly, she did. She admitted to me that she was also recognized that she was changing and told her therapist about it. Do I believe her? Not really. She said that she's been scaring herself and that she's been having anger issues flaring up that she's noticed, and as some of you predicted, she didn't want to give intimate time up, so she cheated on me with some guy she met at her job. Honestly, by the time she explained herself, I didn't care because I don't. With everything that has happened, this was the least shocking. I asked Anna genuinely if she loved the man she met, and she said yes, which hurt but also didn't seem like a surprise to me. I told Anna that if she didn't love me, I can divorce her and we can figure out the separation and home situation. She agreed far too quickly, but I was so emotionally exhausted and done with her shit that it didn't register how little she valued the marriage to just toss it out like it was nothing. I just told her that for the next day, she needs to get help. She agreed that she would check herself into the hospital. Some of you suggested a tumor, but that wasn't the case. Her explanation was that the other man got her into drugs. That's all I will say on that matter because it's all she told me. At this point, I don't even care what the reason was because the impact was the same. Honestly, I'll forever kick myself down for not recognizing any warning signs sooner. It should have never gotten to the point that it did, and while it may not have been my fault, I'm haunted every day by the thought that I could have been smarter and stopped her from doing everything that she did. When I say that she wasn't always like this, I mean it. She didn't give a specific date from when her affair started, so I can't pinpoint it to an exact event that happened. I miss the woman she used to be, the lovely girl I've known for almost 2 decades. I know this was something that had to be done, but no matter how many times I tell myself that, it doesn't make me feel any better. For those of you wanting to know, Butter is safe. He's a good boy, and she's staying with my sister while I pack up to leave. My wife never physically hurt him, but she has yelled at him a few times. It hurts not having him here all the time since my sister's house is 30 minutes away. But he's safe, and I actually see him tonight. I also informed my family about the situation. I didn't want to, but I knew it was necessary. They understand and apologize for their brushing off of the situation. But to be fair, I downplayed it, so that could also be why they didn't see it as an issue. Her family knows we are splitting up as well. As for me, I don't really have friends that are available that often, so I've spent most of my time alone in the house and thinking to myself. It was our house at one point. I remember when we first bought it and how excited she was. My best friend and I are going out to eat together, so that's something to look forward to, I guess. And she's still admitted. I don't hear from her because they take your phone away at the hospital. I hope she can recover, but after everything that my therapist, family, best friend, and you guys have said, I can't bring myself to stay with her. Breaking it off felt like ripping my own arm off. I was devastated and still am. She seemed distraught as well, but I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't think she doesn't care about me. I think there's a part of her that still cares, but maybe I'm wishfully thinking. Even though everything, I can't be mad at her. But I know loving her isn't good for me. Is it wrong to forgive her? To see everything from her side? It hurts, it really does. I don't know anything but her. It feels like my life is over even though it isn't. I don't want to date again, but I just want to connect with other people. It didn't click how isolated I was until I left. And I realize now that she is at fault for my lack of communication with anybody. If I had to conclude this jumbled mess of an update, it'd be this. I'm gonna be fine. It's only been like 2 weeks, but it's been the longest 2 weeks of my life. I realize that there are more people around that support and care about me. It honestly was really hard to accept that Anna was a disturbed individual who didn't love me. Sometimes I still convince myself that she does, but everybody around me states that she doesn't. And I'm coming to terms with this. It's progress. I spent more than 16 years with this woman tormenting me, and I have a warped perception of reality. It truly is not easy to experience any of this, and honestly, sometimes I want to come back to her. But I know that maybe I can find this woman or man for me that will love me the way I need to. I'm working it out in therapy, and honestly, I'm still frightened of Anna. But I am thankful that she was the catalyst to a new chapter of my life. I learned a lot from this, mostly what love is and isn't. Thanks. You guys have good perspectives on things. I can't say that Reddit is what fixed my problems, but I can say that leaving was a result of the extra push you guys provided. I wish Anna the best, wherever the future takes her. While I'm sad that the future will not have me in it, I think this was the best for both of us, since she didn't seem to love me, and I now fear her. This should be the end of my updates. I don't really see this updating further unless something happens with her, and I want to be done with this, and I want to move on. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, be prepared for her to come crawling back to you, begging for another chance once she gets clean. Don't let her in because there's a pretty high chance she won't stay clean and she'll drag you down with her. Also be prepared that you're likely to get a call in a couple of years that she's OD'd. Wow, that got dark quick. But also I feel like we kind of brushed over so quickly how she was doing those disturbing things. I mean, like hitting the geese and then also stomping on the egg. Like, I feel like the OP never confronted her on it. Maybe he just never did. But I find that very concerning. I mean, obviously, like, I'm just wondering why she even did that. It's like, what was the catalyst of her becoming kind of psychopathic almost in wanting to harm animals, whether it's yelling at the dog, stomping on the egg, or running over the geese? Like, what started causing that? Was it the drug use? I don't know. But I just find that very, very disturbing, and it wasn't really brought up in the update. He kind of updated that she's no longer going to be in his life, but I was just wondering why she started doing that, and it doesn't seem like he ever confronted her about it, which I'm the most interested in, because it's just like, that's very, very disturbing, and that is just very concerning, obviously, and yeah, this is the last update we've ever gotten from him, so hopefully the OP is in a much better situation now, because yeah, things were going downhill quickly with her, it seemed. My wife is not my wife. My wife, female, 26, takes a multitude of drugs for her insomnia and OCD. And I said drugs, but just a bunch of prescription pills. She's been doing okay for her pill, though still struggles sometimes. She's been taking it for about 3 weeks now, which before she was on another pill for about 6 weeks. Last night, while rocking our son, the Blink camera in his room started blinking green. She texted me and told me to unplug it, and also our daughters. After laying him down, she started freaking out about the technology in our house. She said that they were watching her children, that the cameras needed to be ripped off the wall. I tried to reason with her, but she had this crazy look in her eyes and asked if I was working with them. Then, for the next 30 minutes, she went around and unplugged all of our technology, TVs, Google Home, took cameras off, etc., and put them in a box to hide in the bathroom. She then hid herself in the bathroom and wouldn't come out until I told her I believed her. I coaxed her upstairs and she told me she could see people in bed, but they weren't scary. She also said she could hear people walking, and while she was downstairs, someone kept walking up behind her. Shortly after, she fell asleep. However, I woke up this morning and she had moved to the couch. This morning, she seems out of it but remembers most of last night. She said she is still scared, that she didn't feel in control of her body last night, and basically is drawing in on herself. I almost called 911 last night because I was so worried she was going to try and take the kids. I'm still worried because, what was that? Is she safe? Is she okay? Should she go to the hospital? Even if she feels normal now? It all happened out of the blue. And now let's get into some comments. Someone says, yes, go to the hospital, full stop. Tell them the meds she is taking along with any recent medication changes. She is having a psychotic episode and it can be treated in the hospital. Don't let this just self-resolved at home when there are children around, as she shouldn't be trusted with them currently. Someone else says, 100% this. She might not be happy about it at first, but this is the best thing you can do for her health and for the safety of your family. Do not accept no in this instance. The sooner it's addressed, the better the chance of a good outcome. It is not her fault, but she is not herself, and psychosis can lead someone to completely wreck every aspect of their life. Until she is treated, do not leave her alone with the children." And then the OP responds to this saying, "Will the doctors even take her in if she seems okay? She's not talking about being watched anymore, but I do have her upstairs trying to nap, as she said her mind won't be quiet for her to sleep last night. I've messaged her psychiatrist already while I try to keep the kids quiet. We are hours away from family, but I'm going to call them anyway to head up here to help with the kids so I can help her." And that's a little bit concerning how the OP doesn't just immediately want to take his wife to the doctor, because I mean, if that was my wife in that situation, I'd be like freaked out and be like, "We need to get you help ASAP." I don't know why he's being so kind of lax about that. I mean, last night she was saying they're watching our kids, we gotta take out all the technology, all that sort of shit. That's a really dangerous mindset to be in, and hopefully he takes her to the doctor. Someone else says, "Please OP, listen to this advice and take her to the hospital. A close family friend exhibited similar symptoms after giving birth, and one day her husband came home to the baby lying in the bathtub crying, while she was huddled in the corner having a full-blown conversation with Jesus, who apparently was in her toothbrush." That's an insane story by itself. Luckily, the child was not injured and she ended up getting better, but only because her husband got her medical help. Postpartum psychosis is not a death sentence unless you ignore it. And then the OP responds saying, "First of all, thank you all for the advice and the concerns and well wishes. She tried to take a nap but couldn't fall asleep. She said she feels anxious and slightly paranoid, but otherwise okay. However, she is very scared of it happening again, as she said it felt like someone else controlled her. I'm getting ready to leave to drop her off at our psychiatric hospital. She's very worried about what will happen there, but if you are the praying type, the good vibes type, or whatever it is you do to well wish on people, it would be appreciated for her. I hate leaving her, but last night was terrifying for the both of us. I want her to get the help she needs and be okay." Someone else says, "The prospect of staying at a psychiatric facility can be scary, but I'm sure knowing she has a partner who cares about her and loves her and is nearby will help. Just know that if she ends up inpatient, it can take a while for a bed to open up, which generally means sitting in the ER for a while." And then the OP gives us an update about a day later, saying, "Again, thank you all so much for the outreach of help and concern. It truly is amazing and gave me so many resources while we have been talking to doctors and everything. First, for the good news, my wife is okay. She is going to be okay. She got admitted into our psychiatric hospital for a few days to start some treatment that includes new medicine, counseling, getting established with an in-person psychiatrist and therapist. The doctors at the ER were amazing with her, and she got to call me from hospital phone to let me know she is feeling safe. Hearing her voice, though I can tell that she was tired, was amazing. The doctors and nurses on the phone were telling me how good it was that she came voluntarily, that her support system at home was good, and that so far she was being a cooperative and pleasant patient. I haven't had any childcare yet, as our family is driving up here to help our children. However, I was able to be on that phone to listen to what the thoughts of the psychiatrist are. Unbeknownst to me, that my wife told the doctors is that she has had an increase in paranoia and auditory hallucinations over the last weekish. She has told me different times this week how on edge she feels, but never explained further. I feel awful for not having noticed before. The psychiatrist told me she was at the right age for mood and thought disorders to start developing, specifically schizophrenia, but that normally one wouldn't realize until after their first episode of psychosis. Most people apparently don't even go to the ER after their first episode, brushing it off as a one-off thing. Obviously, they want to do more tests, get an image of her head with tons of blood work and more doctors. It sounded to me that's what they were leaning towards, which, I will not lie, scares me, as the only thing I know about that is from TV or movies. She told me there was medication that can really help manage that, and they wanted to start her on antipsychotics. She can have visitors tomorrow, and I'm bringing her all of her favorite comfy clothes, no strings or zippers, and I will sit with her once family gets home. I miss her so much, but I hope this helps her. Again, I want to thank this community so much for urging me to get her seen, even though she seemed fine. You all are lifesavers. For those who have similar stories, I see you and I hope you and or your loved one is doing okay. Thank you again. And I'm just so glad that the OP ended up taking his wife to the hospital because, yeah, this could have been very bad if he had not reported it. The OP's wife could have done something else crazy, done something to put his kids in harm's way or herself in harm's way. Who knows? But yeah, that first night just sounds crazy. She was just saying they're watching us and taking out all the technology. I mean, that's just wild. But I'm so happy that the wife is getting the help she needs. And hopefully they're doing all right now. And she's taking the correct medications to mitigate these symptoms and all that stuff. But yeah, if you guys are ever in a situation like this, please don't blow it off. Go to the doctor, get the help you may need, because, you know, it's better to be safe than sorry, especially with something dealing with mental health. So if you're ever in a situation like that, please just go to the doctor. I think that I genuinely hate my daughter. Posted on August 30th, 2022, and the post reads as follows. I've written here before, but I can't find my post. I was married to a very abusive man when I was very young. He held me prisoner in his own home and abused me on a daily basis. One day, he just up and left with another woman. It was like something answered my prayers. It was the first time in 15 years that I saw the outside of my home. I had 3 children with him. My sons were old enough to remember the abuse, but my daughter was only a couple of years old. We tried to shield her as much as we could from the truth, but she knew that he was abusive. Maybe not all the details. He contacted us 20 years later when he was terminally ill and wanted to see his children. My sons refused, but my daughter went to see him. Her brothers were very distraught by it, but I told them to let her be. He died 6 months later. When my daughter was pregnant, she found out that it was a boy, and she told me that she was going to name him after her father. I fainted at the thought. I couldn't believe her. I begged her not to do it, but she just said that she was sorry, but she didn't have the same horrible picture of him that we had. And she insinuated that I've lied about her dad. He probably poisoned her mind. I didn't know what to do, and my son said they didn't want anything to do with her anymore, but before that, without my knowledge, my sons met with her and her husband. They told them everything they remembered and everything they knew, all of the abuse and imprisonment. Her answer was, I'm sorry, but I don't give a shit. This is not my experience with him. I felt sick. The last time I saw her, when I tried to talk to her one last time, I was scared. I saw him looking back at me through her eyes, and I was that 18 years old prisoner. I knew I hated her there and then. She has given birth now, and she texted me a picture of her and her son. I deleted it before even seeing it. She has called and texted multiple times. Now she's saying I have turned her brothers against her. I did no such thing, of course, but I'm partially the reason why they don't speak to her. Why don't I feel more guilt or horror that I hate my own child? I never thought it's possible, and I've not admitted it to anyone because I'm so disgusted with myself. Life sucks. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, damn, I actually don't blame you. I mean, I don't have any children, so I don't know how a mother should and shouldn't feel, but I understand you. Have you talked to a therapist about this? And the OP replied saying, I'm in therapy, yes. I feel guilty, and yet I find myself incapable of loving her or her child. And then the OP gives us an update about a month and a half later saying, update, I think that I genuinely hate my daughter. No, I'm terrified of her. Hello again. About a few weeks ago, I was here venting about something I thought I would be crucified for. Instead, I was met with so much support and understanding. I never did thank you. This community is amazing. I wrote that I've decided to go no contact with my daughter after she chose to call her son after my abuser. If anyone remembers me, please can you include my old? Anyway, my daughter felt ostracized by her brothers and she spread talk about me influencing my sons to boycott her. After she gave birth, she started texting me pictures of her son with his name. I never answered her. I also changed my phone number, and my work number goes directly to an assistant before the calls/emails/texts are forwarded to me. The only way she can contact me now is if she showed up in my place, and she did that with her mother-in-law, husband, and baby last Sunday morning. She gave me her son to hold, and then she and the rest sat around the kitchen table. She was looking at me the whole time when she accused me of being a bad mother and grandmother. That I should get over myself because I wasn't the only woman in the world who experienced a bad marriage. That I was spoiled, a loose woman, selfish, all his rhetoric, all his words. They talked about me. She told me that she knew why I was doing this. I was doing this because I wanted to exclude her from the inheritance, but that she will fight with all her power for her and her son's rights. I didn't remember much of what happened next. I was feeling sick and felt like I was coming in and out of consciousness. I didn't only hate my daughter, I was terrified of her. All I could think of was that I didn't want to be in the closet again. Next thing I remember is my son-in-law walking after me in the street with a coat in hand. It was very cold, but I didn't notice. I was only in my shorts and t-shirt, and asking if I needed an ambulance. He told my sons that I kept telling him not to take me back to the closet. X locked me in the closet for days, sometimes weeks, when I disobeyed him. Next thing I remember was my sons in the hospital. None of them lives in the town, and I was planning to find a new job and move nearer to them before all this happened. Now, not only I don't have anything here to live for, I'm terrified. I don't know what inheritance my daughter was talking about either. I own so little. My car is old, and my house isn't of any significance. Anyway, I'm selling it, and I'll give her the share. Make sure she can never again come after me about it. My sons are not happy about my decision, but I would give her anything if she would let me alone and never bothered me again. I'm happy to buy my freedom if it was the money she was after all along. My older son said that she was planning to take over the house once I retired. It was something she's talked about before, way before she even met her husband. When my sons left home, she was thinking since she's the only one living in town, she could take the house and start her family. When I cut her off, she thought I was going to cut her off my will too. That's why she still kept trying to force a relationship with me. Now I can buy her out of my life. The rest I will put on a down payment for a small space in my new city. Work from home until I can be transferred or find a new job. If you made it this far, thank you for listening, and I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. And God, this is just so disturbing and upsetting that the daughter was only trying to form a relationship because she wanted the house from the OP. And also that she would name her son after the OP's abuser. I mean, it's just so disturbing. But let's get into some top comments. Someone says, giving her money is like putting out honey for wasps. You just get more. OP, I'll tell you what I've read on Reddit. Number 1, change your locks. Number 2, get security cameras. They are inexpensive now. Your sons will probably be happy to help with this. Number 3, do not, under any circumstances, open the door when she is there. Not even if she says she is in danger or that it's an emergency. Tell her to go to her brother's. Do not let her in. I'm so sorry she is so greedy and despicable, OP. And then someone else says, get a restraining order too. And I do agree because, I mean, who knows what the OP's daughter would do because for some reason, she has this hatred towards her mother and just wants to honestly just terrify and torture her almost. It's just so upsetting that the only way the OP can get her out of her life is to, like, you buy her out of her life. That's what she has said. Now I can buy her out of my life. That is so disturbing how that's the only way how the OP can get rid of her daughter. But I just wonder why the OP's daughter hates her so much. Like, who knows what the OP's abuser said to her daughter when he was in the hospital. I'm sure he, just completely manipulated her and made the OP look like the bad person, if you know what I'm saying. But it's just so disturbing, and I feel so horrible for the OP. And that is the last update we have ever got from the OP. So I just really hope that the OP is in a better place now, in a better situation, and that the OP's daughter has, I don't even know what, turned her life around, realized that she was in the wrong or something like that. I doubt it, but who knows? But yeah, I just hope OP and her sons are just in a much better place now. OP finds out her loving dad's dark past as a kidnapper. Posted on July 3rd, 2022, and the post was titled, "My estranged family revealed that my loving, family-oriented dad was a monster." Growing up, my parents would always say that my brother and me had the coolest parents. They were the laid-back but still involved mom and dad parents. I was especially close to my dad and thought he was the best dad ever. He made a Hot Wheels dollhouse by hand for my birthday, to give you an example. When I wanted to be Supergirl, my mom hand sewed me a costume for Halloween. My parents are a physically affectionate couple too, and my brother and I thought it was gross when we were kids, but I now realize that being in your 40s and still in love is a miracle. My parents are immigrants, and because of that, we were never really close to their families who lived in their home country. But recently, my brother and I got in touch with some cousins on my mom's side on our own and got to know them. They were awesome and really chill. My aunts and uncles and grandparents were a little stiff, but they were nice. They only wanted to hear about what us and our mom were up to, and not my dad, so I got kind of frustrated and kept mentioning my dad. Finally, my cousin said if we didn't stop talking about our dad, their parents wouldn't let them talk to us anymore. None of our cousins knew what was going on either, or why they hated our dad so much, so they all started asking around and digging into family stuff. I thought it was going to be something stupid like class differences or my grandparents not approving of my dad for some reason. But we found out the truth, and it was a lot worse than we could have ever imagined. My cousins found a single short newspaper article from a digital archive about it. When my dad was younger, he kidnapped a university student and kept her for a bit. He was a minor, so he didn't get named or get a real punishment or like anything on his record. I can't look at my dad the same way again, or my mom. Why would my mom marry someone who literally kidnapped and hurt a person? My parents have noticed something off with us, but I don't even know how to bring this up. And then the OP adds some more context in the comments saying, it's okay if you don't believe me. It's kind of an unbelievable, horrible thing to happen. So my cousins know more about this stuff than me or my brother, since they actually speak the language and talk to my aunts and uncles about this. One of my aunts made a few kind of vague statements about what happened, like about him being bad as a teen, and my cousins searched for what she talked about, and they found the article and asked her about it, and she basically confirmed it because she said that's why they don't talk about my dad. I don't know if it's actually my dad, and I'm hoping it's not, and then we can get over it. I don't know why he did what he did. The article was really short, only a few lines in their native language. It just said he kidnapped a university student and kept her basically, and that he was a minor and went to the equivalent of juvie for a few months. Kind of not. I don't know how to explain it, but their country has conservative values, but not that conservative. Like they're pretty modern. The victim was a student at the university, so she had to be at least 19 or 20 from what my cousin said. So she was a woman, not a girl. I don't know what to think. My cousins don't know much more than me, since the older generation have kept it hush-hush. And then the OP makes an update saying, my estranged family was right. My dad did commit a horrible crime as a minor, kidnapping. Posted on July 4th, 2022, and the post reads as follows. To recap what happened, I connected with my estranged cousins from my mom's side. My aunts and uncles threatened to stop them from talking with us if I didn't stop talking about my dad. My cousins found out and told us that my dad committed a kidnapping as a minor and was sentenced to a few months in their country's equivalent of juvie. So I tried to bring this up to my dad, but I just couldn't. It would really hurt to accuse him of being a monster if he had literally done nothing wrong, because it meant that I actually thought he could be capable of doing something horrible like this. So I decided to talk to my mom. I told my mom everything, and she kind of started to justify it, saying that my dad was young, stupid, was in love, and was mentally all over the place. And then she slipped up and said, he didn't hurt me. And I told her, I thought we were talking about the student he kidnapped. And she kind of became really quiet. She said she had to go and left the room, and then a couple hours later called me and my brother down to talk to us with my dad. My dad said he knows we know and that it was a horrible thing to do and he regrets it, and he was forgiven but didn't say much otherwise. I asked him what happened, and my brother told me he didn't want to talk about this, and long story short, this is what went down. She was a student at a university an hour and a half walk away from her home, but she usually stayed in the dorms. Their university had stuff like curfews for women and strict rules, and she was pretty sheltered in other ways, even though she was a legal adult. She was going home for the holidays, and it was raining. My dad came up to her and struck up a conversation and offered her a ride home on his motorcycle. He was wearing a school uniform, and he looked pretty harmless, so she thought it was safe, but he took her to his house instead. He wouldn't let her leave, and she didn't know how to get home. My dad didn't hurt her or threaten her, but he might have done stuff that scared her, and when the maid came, she saw an opportunity, and she escaped, and then my dad was arrested, but he got slapped with a few months of juvie, but a clean adult record, which is how he was able to come to the US. She visited him to figure out why he would do this, and then stuff happened. I kept asking my dad why he would do this, but he was just stupid and selfish and didn't realize that it was scary for her. My mom said what's done is done and that they got over it, and now my mom and dad are in love and happy, and that we could go to individual therapy to deal with it further if we wanted. My brother said it didn't matter anymore, and he wishes we didn't know at all. I can't look at my parents the same way ever again, and honestly, I agree with my brother. I regret talking with my cousins, and I think my estranged family have a right to avoid my family for what my dad did. And God, that is just so concerning, and it seems like everyone is kind of downplaying what happened. Obviously, I don't think the dad is telling the full story here. It feels like he's leaving out a lot of details. He's like, oh, and then she rode home with me, and oh, I took her to my house, and oh, this happened, and it feels like he's leaving a lot out. That's the sense I get. And everyone's saying in the comments that this would be very hard to get over, and I completely agree. And I just can't imagine if I found out one of my parents did something so horrible. Like, this could easily break up their family. But this is the last update we have ever got from the OP, so we don't know. Maybe it did break up the family because obviously his or their estranged family didn't want to keep contact with the father or even the family at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of broke up the family. And everyone just kind of split ways, which is so sad that this would, destruct the family because everyone was so happy, but they found out this horrible secret their father was hiding. And just bad stuff. But I feel like the dad is leaving out stuff because obviously kidnapping is bad as is, but he's just so chill about it. He's like, it's no big deal and it's fine. But just very concerning. And I feel so bad for the OP and the OP's brother to find out that their father is a horrible person and did horrible things. Coworker almost certainly recorded myself and others in the male restroom. What can we possibly do? No idea if this is the right subreddit for this, but I have no idea where to turn to or what to do. Please send me in the right direction if this isn't the appropriate place. Myself and a group of 6 of us at work are almost certain our coworker is recording us in the bathroom with his phone. Our work bathroom has 2 stalls, one much bigger stall and a smaller stall right next to it. My first month into my job, I went into the big stall to use the bathroom. While I was in there, a person entered the small stall next to me. Once they sat down, I glanced over and noticed their phone was in their pocket, positioned in a way where, if it was recording, it would have a full view of me in the stall. I was weirded out by this and quickly left. I thought nothing of it until a few months later, I was chatting with some of my office friends, and they all had similar experiences. One guy, after it happened to him 3 or 4 times, waited outside the bathroom to confirm who it was. Now we all know who it is and have his shoes memorized so we can recognize them if he sits down in the stall next to us again. The most recent occurrence was the most telling. I recently got my friend on board and told him all about the guy who was probably recording us and told him what to look for. A week into the job, the recording coworker added my friend on our office Skype, presumably to see when his status was away, which means you are either in a meeting or in the bathroom. This was especially weird because these two have never had an interaction before. This put my friend on alert, and that day, when he went to use the bathroom, he heard someone enter the stall, and you guessed it, he recognized the shoes immediately and saw the phone positioned in the guy in the small stall's pants in the perfect position to record. I would maybe be willing to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he just puts his phone in his pocket and stares at the stall door. Maybe it just happens to be sticking out of his pocket with the camera lens fully visible. I would maybe see that side of things, except that my other coworkers made eye contact with him once. He was peeing in the small stall, and the coworker we believe in recording us stood at the urinal closest to the small stall. There was a gap between the wall of the stall and the urinal, and the wall is made of tile. The tile has a ton of reflection. It's almost like a mirror. My coworker in the small stall glanced to his right and saw the reflection of a face pressed against the wall. That is so creepy. My coworker in the small stall then leaned forward and put his face against the wall and then made eye contact for a second. This guy is a creep. What the hell do we do about this? I can't 100% say his phone is recording when it is in his pants around his ankles, but there are too many of us with accounts of this. He just happens to have his phone in the perfect position to record, and then he just twiddles his thumbs. I don't buy it. The coworker we think is recording us knows that there's no way we can prove he is recording, and he has never been caught, so he keeps doing it. It makes work very uncomfortable. Can we call the integrity hotline and report that we think someone is recording us? What could they possibly do? If the guy is recording us, and if the guy is smart, he probably puts the videos on his computer and deletes them off his phone. I can't see them being able to do anything. And we can't go to management about this with nothing but just a very strong hunch. The accusation is absolutely massive. What, if anything, can we even do about this? And then some people ask some questions. Someone asks if the company has an integrity hotline, and the OP says, yes, we do. We have an integrity hotline we could call. I'm not sure what they could do. And then someone else asks if the OP is paranoid, and the OP says, we aren't being paranoid. He is a creepy guy in general, and the position his camera is in would clearly capture the entire stall. My guess is he gets off on the hunt. Capturing guys when they are exposed is exciting for him. Voyeurism is the thing that excites some people. And then some people ask if the OP is homophobic, and the OP says, nope, not homophobic at all. And yes, he uses Skype to see when we are away and follows us in there. Not sure if you read the whole story above, but he did that exact thing just last week. Added a new hire who we had never talked to, just so we could see that he is away from his desk. And then the OP gives us an update 8 months later, and the post reads as follows. So it's been a while since my original post, so I figured I'd give a quick update. I took some advice I received on this post and decided we needed to take action. I couldn't stand having this guy be around anymore, receiving praise from his coworkers while none of them know what is truly happening. I talked with a few of my coworkers about it, and we started looking into our options. Our company offers a hotline to report incidents just like this, completely anonymously. Finally, after a little bit of a debate, one of us called the hotline and reported the incidents. We waited to see what would happen. Eventually, the security team reached back out to him and asked him for more information. They said they are building a case and they need as much information as possible. After hearing this, the rest of us decided to report our cases to further aid in the building of the case. I remember the security officer telling me that things are going to move quickly. Well, I guess in a big company, they don't fuck around with this. Less than a month later, after the initial report was filed, the creepy asshole was fired. The entire department was told to meet in a meeting room real quick for some news, and management laid it on us that he was gone. He was a highly respected coworker who was really good at his job. The news was met with shock, especially since some layoffs had occurred recently. I remember my heart absolutely racing when the news was being given. I couldn't believe that it was happening. I really didn't think some anonymous reports would lead to action so quickly. The creepy guy was friends with some of the women in our department, and he was texting them constantly saying that he was innocent. He quit pretty quickly once they weren't having any of what he was saying. The rumors of why he was fired spread really quickly around the office, but fizzled out faster than I was expecting. I really thought this would be going around the office for months, but after 2 weeks or so, people stopped talking about it and things returned to normal. I really appreciate the advice on here. It was extremely helpful in my decision, and it worked out for the best. And I mean, that's great. The creepy guy was fired for doing whatever creepy stuff he was doing. And I'm curious if they found any sort of videos or pictures or evidence on his phone. I'm sure they did for him to be fired. But just a quick kind of thing I saw in there that really made me want to say something. He's like, I'm surprised the anonymous hotline did anything. Why do you think it's there? And that's something that comes up a lot in these Reddit threads and these Reddit posts. People just don't do things because they don't think anything will happen. It's so much better to say something and something happen than for you to not say anything at all. I don't know why people think that's the best option. It's just to ignore it and hope that it goes away, because most of the time, creeps like these just will keep doing it as long as they can. And most of the time it escalates. And this goes for everyone watching. If you're ever in a situation similar to that, or ever in a situation where you feel like you need to tell someone that someone is doing something creepy to you or imposing on you, please just tell someone, because it's better to leave a paper trail than just not say anything and then have something bad happen. I mean, it truly has happened so many times in these posts where people are like, well, I don't think I'm going to say anything because nothing's going to come out of it. We don't know. I mean, something definitely could come out of it, like here. The guy was fired. And yeah, I just think that's kind of upsetting that people don't use the resources available, such as the anonymous hotline. But luckily, one of his coworkers did, and the guy ended up being fired. Tonight, I broke up with my boyfriend because he kept joking about murdering me. During our first few weeks of dating, he joked too much for comfort, that he was going to murder and dismember me and dispose of my body. Wow, that is one hell of a first sentence. Maybe out of context. I'm being dramatic. He's very sarcastic and has a dark sense of humor. But to me, it wasn't funny and caused me anxiety because I know the statistics. I talked to him about this. I told him repeatedly, stop joking about killing me. And I mean, that's a ridiculous thing to have to even ask. I mean, no one should ever have to ask that, but he kept on with the jokes until I finally told him that those jokes literally scare me. He apologized and seemed to feel bad that his jokes made me scared of him. Tonight we are over 3 hours late to meet with his brother, to play games, watch movies, and eat dinner. When I was talking to him about us being late, I noticed he sighed deeply, clenched his fist, and looked down at it, as if he were making the conscious choice to not punch me. Then, as I was saying goodbye to his brother, he comes into the room and says she should say her permanent goodbyes. I asked him, what the fuck? He said it was a joke. I asked, how's it funny? What's the punchline? Please explain to me how that's supposed to be funny. He couldn't answer me. I didn't want to get into the car with him. I walked off and thankfully my roommate picked me up and drove me home. He called me later and I told him I'm done. He's a good man other than for the jokes about killing me. We talked about it and agreed that he wouldn't joke about killing me anymore. But then he did it again tonight and doubled down that it was just a joke and that actually I'm the problem. I started telling him again about how often women are killed by their husbands and boyfriends, and that's why the jokes bother me so much, but he interrupted me to say fuck you. So I hung up and blocked him. All of this really sucks because my roommates say I should just talk it out with him and give him another chance because they can tell I really like him and he really likes me. But I already did that. I thought we were past the homicide jokes. Then he did it again tonight while he was angry with me, and it caused me this awful feeling in my gut that I needed to not get in the car with him and get away from him. I've had boyfriends and male friends in the past. None of them have ever made jokes about murdering and dismembering me, especially multiple times after I told them to stop. Have you had friends/boyfriends that make jokes like this? Where is the humor in it? What would you do in this situation? And then the OP makes an update the next day saying, thank you everyone for your overwhelming support. And thank you for the important links and resources in the comments. I've learned a lot and shared them with my friends. I love this subreddit. I haven't heard anything from him and he hasn't caused any trouble since the breakup. If anything comes up, I'll update this post. And now let's get into some top comments. Someone says, you've already given him chances. He agreed to change. Then he broke his word. So not only is he verbally abusive and potentially violent, he also breaks his word. You did nothing wrong. There is no humor in what he said. And abusers frequently excuse their abuse in the two ways he did. First, they say it was a joke. If you don't accept that, then they try to blame it on you. You don't want to become a statistic. Well, there are plenty of men out there who will never threaten to kill you. You have done exactly the right thing. Don't feel bad about anything you've done. My one piece of old woman advice to you is to be very strict around dating men when it comes to threats, joke or not. If a man threatens you in any way, tell him that if he does it again, it's over. Don't tolerate any kind of threats or violence ever. If the man is actually a danger, he will see tolerance as a sign that he can violate your boundaries without consequences. Someone else comments saying, just remember, there's a lot of murdered women that once said, he'd never do that to me. Someone else says, when I was a teenager, I would go driving around country roads and around our smallish town with male buddies from school. I'm a woman. And one night, my really good friend thought it was a good idea to make a joke about chopping me up with an axe. I got really terrified because it was just an overwhelming and scary thing to hear, and I started to cry. The immediate regret was obvious in my friend's eyes, and he genuinely looked mortified for having scared me so badly. He started apologizing and saying it was such a stupid joke and reassured me. In the moments after making this stupid attempt at humor and seeing the impact it had, he felt remorse and wanted to correct his behavior. Your ex did not do this, or if he did, he immediately repeated the scary behavior again anyways. My friend never made a joke like that again. Men who actually care about us will respond empathetically to our fear response and will want to do whatever it takes to ensure we feel safe around them, especially if it's as simple as refraining from making dumb jokes. I hope you never have to see this creep again and good for you for sticking up for yourself. And then the OP makes an update 11 months later, and the update reads as follows. I hope I'm not breaking any subreddit rules by posting an update, but I thought this subreddit would like an update from all the feedback my OP received and all the messages I read requesting an update. My original post was almost a year ago. Thankfully, I have moved across state since then and have not seen him since. The last time I spoke to him over the phone, I made it very clear several times. Me. You promised you'd stop making jokes about murdering me, but then you did it again. You realize the greatest threat for women is being murdered by their own boyfriends/husbands? They are most likely to be killed by men they know. And then he said, hey Chugnose, fuck you. So I hung up. I ghosted him after that, blocked him on everything, and alerted my employer if he showed up that he was a threat. However, he sent me an email in an attempt to, I don't know, I'll leave you to draw conclusions because I really can't make any sense of it. I'm sorry if I quoted it incorrectly. I'm on mobile. In the email he sent me, Dear my name. He got my name wrong multiple times and it became a joke, which is what he refers to here. And the email reads as follows. I don't really know how to go about saying that I am empathetic, as I'm a me-pathetic mess, but I do feel, I can understand, and I have recognized. My actions have consequences. Clearly. I thought I was being reasonable. I gave you time and space. I wasn't sure how long I needed to wait, or if I should just do nothing, but I didn't know you had even blocked me until today, as I'd not called, and only texted that first day, expecting nothing back. Yet now I understand. I should have known. I tried to call you tonight though, despite my better judgment. That's when it hit me hard. It's been almost 2 weeks. I know you don't want to be in a relationship with me, but I wanted to end this civilly. I could hope at least. On terms that we both could live on. Amicably. Or me, since I don't have a choice. That terrible night was booze-ridden and unfortunately for me, the end of us. I didn't get any chance, but I made my choices. And I was cut off by you. Like the cancer I became. Regardless of how much I remember, due to my memories being cut down by Irish whiskey and hazed focus. And this is very weird so far, but let's continue. You ghosted me. Now I know how that feels, as I've done that to others. I do deserve this. It's interesting because you mentioned to me that I never had to change my number in my last relationship over 5 years ago, because all I need to do was block them. Damn, history not only repeats itself, but can be fucking ironic. I lost one of my best friends. I lost you. I've been hurting, OP. This hurt even more. When I realized you don't even want to communicate with me, I would ask why. But I know it's because you hate me, what you think of me, what you think I am, who likes Andrew Tate. Nobody. I embody that nobody. I am hate. I am Tate. Wow, this is going off the rails quick. I obviously have a lot of growing up to do. I was not aware of just how much. I do not regret you, or the experiences I shared, which were awesome, and different than all the treasures I'd experienced with another soul. We had so much in common, and yet, the few things we didn't shape itself into a shadow that blocked our light. Your light. I regret not realizing that perhaps I was just not ready. You are so beautiful and awesome, and I hate hurting you in any way, especially since you deserve so much more love, and instead I gave you fear. You, however, only gave me happiness. You made me feel wanted, so much so that it blindsided me. I haven't been that happy in a very long time, and maybe that's why I fell for you so hard and so fast, as I had been in the dark for years, and your essence got me as high as a kite. I could see the sky for once. I was flying. I had been grounded since I had lost my wings a few years ago, and it showed. I started sinking in the sands of time, in bottles, in gates drowned by fears. My brother lost a friend because of me. I lost because of me. I may be a good person that does bad things, but I did a bad thing to a good person. It scares me to think. When we do, it'll inevitably happen. As it's a small town run into each other, you will fear me, and I will fear you. I don't want that, but I made my grave, and I suppose I need to sleep in it. I will not call you again as I did tonight, as much as I want to. You can always call me, but I'm aware that it is about as real as my dreams coming true. I have respected your space. I haven't tried to suffocate it, or breathe your air. I just wanted to bury myself with a little dignity today, considering that I must be public enemy number one. I'm embarrassed to admit that running into your roommates or even coworkers makes me feel uncomfortable. That I did to myself and you. I'm sorry, OP. I don't know what else to say. I know you'll find someone sooner or later who will treat you with respect and make you feel loved. I am not him. I failed, but you will have that, as much as I don't want to think of it. And you deserve it as much as I didn't commit to that. I know you think I don't love you. You can ghost me, you cannot respond. I don't think you will anyways. Maybe you won't even read this, which is okay. I need to say my piece, to rest at sea, but you can't take away how I felt, or how I feel at all. Maybe that is my problem. I was too much. You thought I was just a blimp in time anyhow, and now that blimp can finally sink in time. And God, what a weirdo. I mean, went from saying he was going to murder his girlfriend to this weird email. And I didn't have to read out the full email in full. I just thought I would, because you can just see how odd this person is. And it's good that the OP got away, because they just seem off their rocker, obviously. And now let's get into some comments. A commenter says, people talking about this man being sociopath/psychopath/narcissistic. To me, he sounds like a generic boy that is trying to verbalize his emotions for the first time. I don't know how old he is, but it reads like a letter my first boyfriend at 20 years old sounded, trying to be poetic and funny and failing at both, and just word vomiting emotions without fully understanding them. Yeah, that's just a normal dude learning his actions have consequences for the first time. And the OP comments something wild. He's like 40. This man's 40 years old talking about Andrew Tate and how he's a blimp. And also he's a 40-year-old saying he's going to murder his girlfriend. I mean, obviously, like, that's concerning no matter what age, but like, to me, it's just different, a 20-year-old versus a 40-year-old making that comment. Because like a 20-year-old might be thinking it's kind of funny, because like younger people obviously make jokes sometimes that are just not funny, but just try to like be extreme and edgy to think they're funny. But for it to be a 40-year-old making that joke is just so disturbing. And someone else says, I'm so glad you're safe. I've wondered about you from time to time. And the OP says, thank you. I'm doing great. Another commenter says, this reminds me of how my ex responded to me many years ago when I broke up with him. I broke up with him because I started getting this weird gut feeling that I didn't feel comfortable being alone with him, and he was getting very possessive and a bit manipulative. I even had a close family friend reach out to me to hesitantly share that she was not sure why, but she was worried about me being alone with him. He responded via text by trying every manipulation tactic in the book, from telling me he was sobbing and to please take him back, to saying I had just been using him and I was a liar, to telling me he didn't know how he was going to go on with his life. His reaction made me realize I absolutely made the right choice. And then the OP responds saying, thank you for sharing. It's so important to trust your instincts. And then another commenter says, him talking about alcohol makes it make sense. All the more reason to keep him blocked though. If he's making these jokes while drunk, there's a non-zero chance that he actually did fantasize about killing and dismembering you or someone else. And then the OP responds saying, most of the time when he made the jokes, he was totally sober. Another commenter says, I read through your first post. The dating phase is when you get to know somebody. Take your time to do that before making more commitment. He is a nutcase. I doubt he ghosted anybody, and he is trying to say things that make himself look better. And then the OP responds saying, we weren't together for long. I was initially attracted to him because he was cheerful, happy, charismatic, kind, considerate, and handsome. Then the mask fell off. And then another commenter says, shadow that blocked our light. Your light. Am I only the one who reads it as another death threat? Blocking the light with capital letters implying she'll be turned off? OP, please do not lower your guards and be careful. And then the OP responds saying, wow, you have a great point. I had not considered that until now. I feel guilty for saying this, but I'm relieved after my kid is institutionalized permanently. And before we get into the story, I'm just going to clarify some terms that they're going to use a lot. ODD is oppositional defiant disorder, and IED is intermittent explosive disorder. And a quick Google search describes them as oppositional defiant disorder, or ODD, includes a frequent and ongoing pattern of anger, irritability, arguing, and defiance toward parents and other authority figures. And intermittent explosive disorder, or IED, involves repeated sudden episodes of impulsive, aggressive, violent behavior or angry verbal outbursts in which you react grossly out of proportion to the situation. And now let's get into the post. I feel guilty for saying this, but I'm relieved after my kid is institutionalized permanently. I feel like a bad person saying this, but here we go. My therapist also advised me to write here so I can feel more free. I, 46 male, have 2 kids. Adam, who's 20 male, and Ben, who's 15 male. This is about Ben. I wish I could word this differently, but since age 1, we could sense something was wrong with Ben. He was always angry at something. Some days he would be an angel, but most of the times he was a wrecking ball. At first, us and his pediatrician thought it was trouble twos, but it just continued. If his brother or a kid got his toy or his stuff, he would beat that other kid and bite him/her. He was fired from 4 kindergartners at age 5, and we were at the doors of a child psychiatrist at age 5. Our journey started with an ODD diagnosis, but after the randomness of constant anger attacks, he was diagnosed with IED at age 7. We thought we would have the answers and he would be treated. We were very wrong at the second part. Due to him having a fame, we have changed the school district. We live in the EU, not in the US, but it did not change. He still had tantrums, and due to this, he had been in severe depression. It is heart-wrenching to see an 8-year-old to have depression. They don't have the childish happiness and hope. We have tried everything. We even have private tutors for him so he could be less exposed to the school environment. We even arranged special education, and he's been in really supportive schools for mental health diseases, but it still continued, and at age 10, we had the first S-word attempt. He tried to commit S-word with my belt in his brother's room. Then at age 12, he stole his mom's, my wife still, heart medication. She has arrhythmia, and put himself in a comatose state. The next 4 years were hell. We had to send our older son to live with his grandparents at a different city, and our house was like a mental health unit. We had a caretaker who lived with us fully, and we couldn't use any kind of sharp or stab objects in the house. I learned how S-word proof rooms were done because we had to make it built in our house. If he wasn't committing S-word, his anger was directed outside. At age 14, he wasn't allowed to enter any public building in the town because he tried to beat someone or smash down a window. He spent more days at a ward than outside. But 3 months ago, he reached to a new level. Until that day, he never tried to murder someone, but at that day, he was almost killing. He had to stay in the ICU for a month. An 8-year-old kid for beeping with his bike while he was right in front of our house. He managed to open the door, and he choked the kid until my wife became aware and hit his head with a pan. After that day, a judge ordered him to permanently institutionalized at a mental health center. I wish I could say I was sad, but I feel happy. For the first time in 3 months, I feel nothing but joy and happiness. Me, my wife, and Adam had a great week together since ages, and we had our long-deserved vacation. I might look cruel, but I can't think of anything but relief. I should feel guilty for saying he is government's problem anymore, but I don't, and it makes me feel guilty. I don't know if I love my son anymore, but I feel glad. I'm grateful to know he won't be around us anymore. I wish I could feel a little more remorseful, but I can't. Maybe this is the thing that makes me remorseful. And then the OP updates 3 weeks later saying, "So I'm back again." Multiple parents with kids whom have IED have written and said they felt the same guilt, but after the permanent care, their life quality have been improved drastically, and I can attest to that. Since that last post, we have been to the Institute twice. In first visit, he was sedated, and we saw him while he was sleeping. Though at the second visit, he wasn't sedated, and he was much calmer. He said he strangled that kid so he would be killed at prison. He said he had read about child murderers would be killed at prison, so he thought he would finally be free. He said he still wanted to get out of this world. He said, "I just gave up. Maybe I will die here peacefully, but I know it shouldn't be at their expense. Please tell the kid's family my apologies if you can." After this, we had a talk with the psychiatrist. She said, "It was one of the best insights we have gotten from him, and we have an idea, but to be honest, be prepared for the idea of permanent residency." My wife shed a lot of tears, but me and his brother were relieved. I said, "Some of us are not for this world, and due to luck, it is my brother. Maybe he will feel happy here one day." It is not a good update, but right in here, it just helps me feel a little bit at ease.